Could be live. Or here's my chubby treat. Eating a bagel bite. Hopefully, everybody's having a good eve of Thanksgiving Eve. Dog, don't move my camera. I'm under dog attack. Are you laying here because there's so much stuff on your chair? Here. I guess that's fine. I'm wearing earbuds for now. Over ear headphones have been hurting my ears. Rolling down to them. All right. Like I said, hopefully everybody's having a great day. Eve of Thanksgiving Eve. Hopefully, aren't going out too much and getting into too much trouble if you are going out tonight. But I know it is the heaviest drinking night of the year, so everyone be safe with what you're doing. Don't overdo it. Don't need to see anybody getting DUIs or killing anybody on the roads. There's already too much hurt and chaos in the world for that. All right. So the thing that made me want to go live right now was I just saw about an hour ago there was an attack in Washington D.C. So I wanted to talk about that, see what's going on there. From what I heard initially, the reports are that there are 2 dead National Guards member or soldiers. So yeah, it's not. It doesn't seem like a very might be a terrorist attack, but who knows? Could be a gangster kid wanting to be thuggish and killing somebody. So we're gonna watch Tusi. He is the media, and go from there. Everybody buckle up and strap in. And then after this, we'll get the Bible verse, look for a Bible verse of the day. Because it's very hard to be grateful in a world that is very dark and chaotic right now.
Welcome back to the channel, ladies and gentlemen. We have some breaking news coming from Washington, D.C. outside of the White House. Mass shooting targeting and multiple National Guard soldiers. At least 1 killed. Confirmed. There is a lot of updates coming in. We're going to go live to Washington as the authorities are trying to take control of.
I can barely hear him. These earbuds are weird. They do not work as well as I'd want them to work. The HyperX ones, though. You would think that they'd work fairly well, but have the skull candies sound better than these. I'm switching over. Get my locks of long hair out of the way. Dead skid-ridden hair. Here's what I'm gonna do for you. All these clothes and move them onto the floor. There you go. Now, up, sit up there and be comfy right next to me. Hang on, I gotta go through and adjust all these because they're gonna blow my eardrums out. I did have the volume boost down. Smart volume. That's why it was so loud. My smart volume. Keep it 1.0. Who sounds okay on stream? Well, I know, but it's very dim in those earbuds. It's the earbuds that are junky, not on stream. Separate sound. Just making some volume adjustments. Sorry. Probably don't need him blasting as loud anymore either. All right.
Of the situation. There's a lot of statements coming in. All this has happened over the last few minutes. We're going to give you guys all the information that we have so far. Obviously, if you're watching this live, you get it. But if you're watching it later, this is a live ongoing development. The updates will probably change in the next few minutes and hours. Let me just give you guys the summary, at least the initial report. It was that three people have been, well, multiple people have been targeted, but three have been shot. Two members of the National Guard. They are saying that both are dead now, but one of them has been confirmed dead, just outside of the White House. The White House and the U.S. Treasury buildings are now on lockdown. Let's just go to the video of just the aftermath after what's happened, when obviously we have the live camera as well. Here we go. Let's go. So they closed down the whole area. So that's, I'll show you on the map exactly where it is as well.
Were these assassins that were going after Candace Owens? I wonder.
The important thing to mention is that some of the information that we're getting is we're trying to verify with the authorities on the ground, our team, but things will be changing rapidly. So heavy police and Secret Service activity around the White House is still ongoing. Sidewalks are fully closed, and civilians and of course on foot and in their cars have been told to leave the area. The members of the press and media have now been moved into the briefing room in the White House for their own protection. Now, we do have the confirmation now. Yes. Okay. So the U.S. Treasury building and the White House in Washington, D.C. are currently on lockdown alongside several other nearby government buildings following the shootings minutes ago. This is the message. All personnel at the main Treasury and Freedman's Bank building are to immediately lock down by doing the following: hide in a locked office.
So it sounds like the gunman is still at large, as opposed to 3 hours ago. So maybe not anymore at large, but potentially. All right.
Of the situation. There's a lot of statements coming in. All this has happened over the last few minutes. We're going to give you guys all the information that we have so far. Obviously, if you're watching this live, you get it. But if you're watching it later, this is a live ongoing development. The updates will probably change in the next few minutes and hours. Let me just give you guys the summary, at least the initial report. It was that three people have been, well, multiple people have been targeted, but three have been shot. Two members of the National Guard. They are saying that both are dead now, but one of them has been confirmed dead, just outside of the White House. The White House and the U.S. Treasury buildings are now on lockdown. Let's just go to the video of just the aftermath after what's happened, when obviously we have the live camera as well. Here we go. Let's go. So they closed down the whole area. So that's, I'll show you on the map exactly where it is as well.
Were these assassins that were going after Candace Owens? I wonder.
The important thing to mention is that some of the information that we're getting is we're or behind large furniture. Remain silent and silence all phones. Personnel and guests are not encouraged to run out of a building unless immediately near an exit to avoid running into their threat. Hide in locked office or behind large furniture. Turn off all lights and close all blinds or curtains. Disable personal phone. Lock all doors and windows immediately. Never open doors or windows unless ordered to do so by a safety or school official. Stay low and away from the windows and doors. So that's the official warning for all those who are inside the buildings. And so yeah, we can still see the footage from just outside. I'm going to show you where the location is. I think we're getting some confirmation. There have been two separate shootings at the same time, so it might be more than one side. We're getting some confirmation about the suspect, by the way. Let me just see if we can hear.
Follow.
We can't hear them. Yeah, Secret Service are trying to take control.
I don't care if you block the road, let's just go.
Okay.
Come on, I don't care if you block the road. No one else is coming this way.
Seems to be chaotic still.
Yeah, people gonna do what they want to do.
Now, if
Authority figures are not real thing anymore.
If the National Guard soldiers were targeted specifically, because I believe the third person who has now been taken by the ambulance, by the paramedics, was not a member of the National Guard, but the other two so far are soldiers. This could potentially be an agenda against the National Guard. And you know that obviously in recent weeks and months there's been a lot of debates about the National Guard and President Trump, of course, using them to secure the cities. Let me just show you on the map where we are dealing with. So, okay. Yes, okay, it's coming in now. This is the map. It's just to the north of the White House, near the closest metro station, as you can see.
They're really close to the White House.
Let's double check. I think, unfortunately, we have a photo, just a heads up, a photo of one of the National Guard soldiers who is unfortunately now dead. Of course, we kind of blurred the face. So that's one of the victims. No longer with us. We are getting some confirmation about the second one, whether they are still alive or not.
Search around on X off screen because X is gonna be pretty graphic if there's anything.
The suspect was on the run, but I believe they have arrested one suspect around the area. Let me just I'm getting some confirmation, so we're gonna go to the live feed.
Okay, well I lost the show on my IFB, so I can't hear the show right now.
Okay. I'm just gonna double check. We have DHS Secretary Kirsten Noem responding as well. We can bring her on.
Hey, someone's stepping on my IFB.
Let's go.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a quick state from Kirsten Noem, the DHS Secretary, saying, "Please join me in praying for the two National Guardsmen who were just shot moments ago in Washington, D.C. Homeland Security is working with local law enforcement to gather more information." The D.C. Police Department has now also officially confirmed that one suspect is in custody and the scene is being secured following, of course, the shooting of several members of the National Guard and a non-member. We don't know if that was a civilian, probably, but we don't know exactly yet. We'll find out more information about the third person.
Yeah, it does look like both of them.
Another information I can also
does look like both of the National Guard personnel who were shot did succumb to their injuries. They were West Virginia National Guard, lost their lives. This is from the governor, Patrick Morsi of West Virginia. It is with great sorrow that we can confirm both members of the West Virginia National Guard who were shot earlier today in Washington, D.C. have passed away from their injuries. These brave West Virginians lost their lives in the service of their country. We are in ongoing contact with federal officials as the investigation continues. Our entire state grieves with their families, their loved ones, and the Guard community. West Virginia will never forget their service or their sacrifice, and we will demand full accountability for this horrific action. And yeah, Blue Sky is all up in praise about this. Don't enforce fascism when you won't get shot. Antifa and leftists on Blue Skies are celebrating the ambush shooting of the National Guard troops near the White House. They report the false claim being popularized by leftists that those troops are following illegal orders from the president. Some Democrats are saying this is a Trump stunt and that blood is on the hands of the president, not the gunman. Hot take, but if you force fascism when you don't refuse to unlawful orders. This is horribly written. Geez, you can tell how educated the left is. Orders will you deserve what's coming towards you. Supporting ICE and following orders that supports ICE is just as bad as supporting fascism and being a Nazi. Simply really don't enforce fascism and you won't get shot. Yeah, dude needs to learn how to write. I'm not sorry for the soldiers shot in DC. If you as a soldier occupy your own country, you deserve it. Get effed. Don't care why or by who. You shouldn't be there doing what you are doing, so I have no empathy. Evil people. I don't even want to read any more of these. They're gut-wrenchingly sick. Apparently there was a guest on CNN last week complaining about National Guards. So, let's see what she has to say. Oh, I have it muted. Not sure what I was going to hear.
Actually, what the president is doing through the Secretary of Defense is creating units, official military units, to quite frankly watch the American people. And that's the thing that is absolutely abhorrent.
See, he had to correct himself. Because what it is, they are guarding the American people. But he didn't want to use the word guard because that is a good term. Guarding is protecting, saving. No, he had to change it into something evil and bad and try to make it like observing, like they're going to observe you, and as soon as you do like something like minutely wrong, you're gonna get like shot. Like,
reminds me so much of what happened in Germany in the 1930s.
No, it doesn't, because they weren't guarding in Nazi Germany.
Through the Secretary,
they weren't guarding anything.
Like Chicago. Look at these videos coming out of places like Chicago. It makes me incredibly nervous that we're about to see.
This is Alyssa Slotkin. I guess she's a Democrat candidate of some sort.
Law enforcement, people in uniform, military get nervous, get stressed, shoot at American civilians. It is a very, very stressful situation for these law enforcement and for the communities on the ground.
Cops do the same thing. It's a stressful job. In general, it's stressful.
So it was basically a warning to say, like, if you're asked to do something, particularly against American citizens, look at these videos.
All right, I'm going to pull it back to the side because I don't know what I'm going to scroll into. So
to give you guys, I think this is just from the DC Police Department. This is what they've actually posted themselves. Let's quickly go to it. There we go. Critical incident. MPD is on the scene of a shooting at 17th and Street Northwest. Okay, yeah, please avoid the area as MPD and our partners work to secure the scene. The scene is secured. One suspect is in custody. they haven't confirmed. They're still saying that there could still be danger because they don't know if there will be more suspects. I don't know if it was this person or another suspect who was on the loose. DC Fire has now also confirmed that they have transported 3 gunshot victims from the shooting near the White House. They're still on the ground. They're saying the second National Guard soldier.
We have a post from President Trump here. The animal that shot the 2 National Guardsmen with both being critically wounded now in 2 separate. We know they have passed away in 2 separate hospitals. Is also severely wounded, but regardless, will pay a very steep price. God bless our great National Guard and all the military and law enforcement. They're truly great people. I, as President of the United States, and everyone associated with the office of the presidency, and with you. I can't show you the image that's above this because it's a little graphic. But it is the image that
Apparently there was a shooting outside the White House.
Here's JD Vance on it.
Apparently there was a shooting outside the White House just a couple of hours ago. And we're still learning everything. We still don't know the motive. There's a lot that we haven't yet figured out. But what we do know is that a couple of National Guardsmen were injured in the line of duty. And first of all, I want everybody who's a person of faith to say a prayer for those 2 National Guardsmen, that they're able to spend Thanksgiving with their families instead of losing their lives, because I understand they're still in pretty tough condition. But I think it's a somber reminder that soldiers, whether they're active duty, reserve, or National Guard, our soldiers are the sword and the shield of the United States of America. And as a person who goes into work every single day in that building and knows that there are a lot of people who wear the uniform of the United States Army, let me just say very personally, thank them for what they're doing. We're grateful to them, and we're praying that they're going to be safe and they're going to spend Thanksgiving with their families. God bless them. Apparently there was a shooting outside the White House. Apparently there was a shooting outside.
They do have an image of the gunman too. What kind of? It looks like it was taken from a rooftop of him being. He's naked in this, so I can't show you. But he's basically naked in this, so I can't show you the image. But I assume he was stripped because of gunshot wounds, and they were treating him. But definitely an obese fellow. Anybody looks kind of Islamic too. I'm not gonna lie, but who knows? It definitely has the beard and no mustache, so kind of tells me he is a part of that sect of people. Yeah, pretty much all over X is just calling out those Democrats who were saying that National Guard were attacking or enforcing illegal law or enforcing illegal orders. And yeah, they need held accountable, those people, because these guys look like kids. Updates, see if there's any top. See what the latest is. Oh, now I'm seeing this is from a nobody, I think. Yeah, a nobody. Yeah, they're still locked down. After the two National Guards were shot 5 hours later, it's still locked down. No, I'm not sure. I'm seeing conflicting posts anyway, but they're like from semi nobodies, I guess you could say. Not like any. 2 hours ago, please send your prayers to those brave warriors who are in critical condition and their families. They're here serving our countries. So 2 hours ago, Kash Patel said this.
And we must remember them on this. Please send your prayers to those brave warriors who are in critical condition and their families. They are here serving our country. They are here protecting everyday Americans and citizens around the world in our nation's capital. They are the heroes of this day, and we must remember them on this day and every day, and their families and the sacrifice they have made. Please send your prayers.
So now I'm not sure if they have succumbed to their injuries or not. There's a post from the governor, maybe? That's what I'm kind of looking for. National Guardsmen. Suspect in custody. National members are in critical condition. Authorities say. That's the Epoch Times saying that they're still in critical condition as of 4 minutes ago. So that would be much better. Still not a good thing that happened, but it's still very angering with what happened. Whether it's a leftist or a right person, it's evil. Evil in general. Killing people is evil. And this was a block away from the White House on top of it all. Okay. Watch the rest of the Tuesday's
Might
report.
also be dead. But we don't have the confirmation. These are just speculations for now, so we can't report that as facts yet. We'll get that verified. For now, as far as we know, they have been taken to the local hospital. It's crazy. Let's just quickly go to the live scene. Yeah, one of them has been shot in the head. So
Yeah.
it'll be hard to see how they will survive, unfortunately. Yeah, the whole area is now in lockdown.
5 minutes. 5 minutes? Yeah, but I mean, our shots still have a 5 minutes for the live feed.
So the official statement is that they are in critical condition. Gonna see if we have the second live feed as well.
Yeah,
Or is
I'll
that
do
the
it
only one?
right now. Your personal number?
Okay, okay.
813, yep, yes, please.
We can go to the second live feed quickly. Okay, yeah, I think this is a better angle. Okay, yeah. We have a reaction from President Trump. Let's see what
Fred.
he has now posted.
Yeah. They're not posting anything of use in New York Times, of course.
Okay, let's quickly go to the president. Still trying to gather more information about how this happened. Right. President Trump has posted the animal that shot the two National Guardsmen, with both being critically wounded and now in two separate hospitals, is also severely wounded, but regardless, will pay a very steep price. God bless our great National Guard and all of our military and law enforcement.
See
These
what's
are
going on with these
truly great people. I, as President of the
National
United
Guardsmen,
States,
hopefully they
and
pull
everyone
through.
associated with the office of the presidency, am with you. So that's the president. Absolutely vile.
41 minutes ago. So there's an updated.
The way they've tackled it. Stay with me. Okay, we can go. There we go. So yeah.
Gibbs
So I'm trying to see
crawled
if that's
out.
one of
He's
the.
not.
Is that a suspect or is that a? I think that could be a suspect, not an injured person.
I think the injured is next to him.
The way they've tackled. That must be the suspect. Well, at least a suspect. Wow. Trying to gather more information about the identity as well. Yeah, that's when they've all gathered. Okay. There's glass shattered as well on the ground. Okay, let's go back to DC. This is the aftermath. So if you joined us now, late, what we are trying to gather is just stand up. What we're trying to gather is whether the two National Guard soldiers, whether they were trying to protect other people and, of course, the area, and is that how they got shot, or whether the soldiers were the targets. We don't have the confirmation on that. Regardless of that, of course, they do have one man in custody, so we'll figure out what's going to. The only good thing about this right now is that the federal government is very transparent, unlike other countries. So we will get more information very, very quickly. If you're watching from DC, or if you're in the area, let me know if you have any information. Yeah, that video was the suspect. I mean, it was kind of obvious, but yeah, we now have confirmation. That was the corner of the attack. Absolutely vile. So I believe the US Treasury building is still on lockdown, and the White House. Obviously, the members of the press and media, as we said, they have been moved to the briefing room in the White House to stay safe.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have to push everybody one block back, okay?
One whole block.
Ladies and gentlemen, everybody's gonna have to go a block back.
That part, that area seems to be secured anyway. If there is going to be another suspect on the loose, they're not going to be there. They've probably escaped. But so far, there's no indication. So they're still trying to assess the situation to see if there was a second suspect. But we do have one suspect who was shot, but also is now in custody. We don't, to be fair, they are saying they have him in custody. He might be dead because they did shoot.
New video just in. New video tonight from just moments after the brazen shooting. Plus, a new emergency motion. The Trump administration asking a federal judge to keep the National Guard in D.C. following the shooting, a deployment that a judge just ruled is illegal. Breaking news, ambush. New video just in of what officials are calling a targeted attack on 2 National Guardsmen deployed in Washington, D.C. You can see in this video here police administering CPR to one of those guardsmen as he lays on the ground. As the camera pans, you can see a second guardsman also surrounded by police. The shooting took place less than half a mile just north of the White House, as you see on the map there.
At approximately 2:15 this afternoon, members of the D.C. National Guard were on high visibility patrols in the area of 17th and I Street Northwest when a suspect came around the corner, raised his arm with a firearm, and discharged it at the National Guard members.
It's our understanding tonight that one of the guardsmen was hit in the head. Both are said to be in critical condition. Officials say the suspect is in custody, though not cooperating with authorities. Shortly after this brazen attack, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said the president is ordering 500 more National Guard troops to the nation's capital. That on top of more than 2,000 already deployed there.
So Gunther Eagleman says, breaking, it's confirmed that the guardsmen were shot point blank in the head by an Afghanistan national. Like I said, the man did look like he was of Islamic descent, with the beard and no mustache. That's usually a telltale sign that you are Islamic. That was let in under Biden. What happened over the last 4 years has made our country severely unsafe. Yeah.
New video tonight from just moments after.
The suspect in the DC National Guard shooting has been identified as 29-year-old Afghan illegal Ramanullah Lakhanwal. He was brought here in 2021 by Joe Biden, of course. Biden and the New Yorkers have blood on their hands. While staging the attack, he allegedly screamed Allahu Akbar. Of course he did. Of course he did. Yeah, multiple people are confirming this. Yeah. The seditious 6 kind of gory meme, but these are the people that were saying that what Trump was doing was illegal. These are the 6 that came out and told everyone in the military to disobey unlawful orders. And what they mean is disobey orders that they think are unlawful. Which I really haven't seen any order that Trump has given that has been unlawful. People are just resisting because it's Trump, not because it's unlawful. Alright, let's go to this Fox News one. Tulsi's still... This is Tulsi live covering it. Let's see if he gets to it at the end. Oh, yep, there's the individual.
I don't know where the mayor is, but okay. So this is the suspect. Allegedly.
And like you can tell, beard, no mustache, very
big beard, dark hair, slightly overweight,
slightly
beard, and yeah, but don't really see where the wound is. If he was shot,
it's on his thigh. Right here, you see the gauze.
He's lost his clothes. Again, I'm guessing that's just part of as they were trying to figure out if he has anything on him. Someone in the live chat says
He went to the All Snack Bar.
Yvonne says his pants are down around his ankles and the shirt is ripped and pulled over his arms. I think the guards were looking for guns or explosives. Yeah, that's my educated guess. That
Yeah,
they had to rush and tackle him.
Essentially.
And obviously, considering that he's just shot multiple people, they had to double check to see if he's got anything else on him. So they had to get rid of his clothes quickly. There will be a news conference shortly later on this, of course, and we'll bring you guys the live coverage. Let's not forget tomorrow, I believe, is Thanksgiving. So
Looks like they got a filter that follows people.
crazy.
But that does like facial identification.
Beth says, thank you, Tusi, for the report before any US news. Although I did see Fox News started reporting it a few minutes ago.
Yeah, let's see what Fox News.
2 National Guard members shot this afternoon less than a mile from the White House, and we now can report they have died. West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey announcing
they did die.
on X, writing in part, "It is with great sorrow that we can confirm both members of the West Virginia National Guard who were shot earlier today in Washington, D.C. have passed away from their injuries. These brave West Virginians lost their lives in service of their country."
So I was right about that.
Condemning the act, writing on Truth Social, "The animal that shot the 2 National Guardsmen is also severely wounded, but regardless will pay a very steep price. God bless our great National Guard and all of our military and law enforcement. These are truly great people. I, as President of the United States, and everyone associated with the office of the presidency, am with you." D.C. police confirming that a suspect is in custody. The president is now in Florida at his Mar-a-Lago estate, while the White House is in lockdown. And FBI Director Kash Patel says the FBI is engaged in assisting with the investigation. Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith is on the scene, and he joins us now. Mark, what's the update?
Joey, good afternoon. A tragedy unfolding right here on the streets of D.C., as you mentioned, just a few blocks away from the White House. The latest news coming from the governor of West Virginia, the commander-in-chief of the West Virginia National Guard, confirming that 2 of his service members have been killed on the streets of Washington, D.C. This attack happening a few minutes before 3 p.m. this afternoon outside of the Farragut West Metro Station. That's one of the more popular stations here in D.C. 3 different train lines that run through. This
I can tell you if he was Muslim, he did not kill those National Guards because he thought they were Nazis or anything like that. He thought it was a perfect chance for him to take part in his jihad, which is the best guess. And you know what? I wish they would bring public hangings back for disgusting people like this.
This was also an attack that appeared to happen just outside of the station. I was hearing from a source who had a good vantage
But
point
I think
on this,
now
where you
it's
could see
definitely
that there
time
was,
to initiate the Insurrection Act, instead, especially across all of those cities: Chicago, Portland, Oregon, all of California, DC. It's time. It's been time. But now we got two National Guard soldiers on the hands of democratic rhetoric, especially on these 6 people's hands. Let's see if I can pull up the image I want to pull up. Yep, these 6 Democrats' hands are more bloodied than any of ours. The seditious 6 has blood on their hands for the shooting of the National Guard troops. Because what they claim is everything is unlawful that Trump does. I just wish there was some truth in both sides of the aisle. There's not. Sickening. Absolutely sickening.
Service members were simply right outside of a bus station. It was like a glass enclosure in addition to where the actual train station is, and that's where it appears those gunshots occurred. The suspect also in custody. No update yet on his condition, but you can imagine here the tremendous loss that the entire city of D.C. as well as our neighbors in West Virginia are also facing right now. Where this attack occurred is also very important because of the symbolic of it. We're just so close to the White House. The National Guard deployments have been a huge moment for the Trump administration. They've made it their mission to try to clean up the crime in D.C., and there's been a lot of political controversy with that decision. But these troops have been out on the streets now for several months, and in addition to that, we have seen...
I mean, I'm not getting up to move, but yeah, you bring me one.
I live in D.C., and I've seen them even as recently as Sunday evening. I even thanked them as I was going back to my house to say thank you for your service, because it is a thankless job, and so many of
Gabe's hurt on his legs. What happened?
Well, he was roller skating.
Roller skating?
Yeah. But he got hurt on his foot. Oh, he put up and they got it.
No climbing up.
Oh, yeah, help you?
No, not right now, but
Oh, I thought it's morning.
maybe later or morning.
Oh, no. My dad.
At bedtime.
Yeah, but he didn't.
Transit police, you name them, they've been out here trying to respond to this. We are expecting an update from DC police. But then
Take another soda if somebody can grab me one. Love it too, buddy.
in the next few minutes or so, Mayor Bowser, our DC's Democratic mayor, who just announced yesterday she's not even going to seek another term, would also likely have plenty to say about this, because this is going to have repercussions all across not only the district but around the country. In fact, I'm struck by how much this is already becoming an international story, because we are only a block away from the White House. You've got international media out here that are also trying to piece together exactly what happened. Vice President Vance already addressing the situation while he was in Fort Campbell, Kentucky. I would imagine the president will have more to say on this. I don't think he has any public events on his schedule today, but he's been active on Truth Social. I also heard from somebody who was on the ground that Kash Patel, the FBI director, had also stopped by. I did not see that with my own eyes, but I would imagine at any news conference he would make his presence known as well. Joey?
Yeah, Mark, you're there on the ground. I just heard you say that you feel like this is seems to be very targeted, and someone might have been trying to send a message. Have you spoken to people on the ground, witnesses, or someone involved that has confirmed that? Is that a hunch? Where are you coming from with that?
No, absolutely. We are still waiting for the official word to come from D.C., but given that we're hearing from the top law enforcement officials as well as the president himself, if it were to be just a random D.C. street crime, I'm not sure we would see necessarily such a staunch response for there. In terms of witnesses, yes, I have spoken to witnesses who came out here after they saw the aftermath of it, people that basically saw people running away from the scene. These people were curious as to, Joey, what was happening in real time. Yes, the official motive, what that'll be up to law enforcement to announce, but you have to, of course, take into consideration of where we are standing 2 blocks away from the White House, who these people were. They were in their uniform. I saw from a photo that was sent to me that these people
what do you have on your hand?
Blood.
The victims had the
Oh, don't that blood? Is it blood?
So these people
It's tape.
absolutely would have stood
It's
out.
blood.
They weren't plain clothes.
Oh, don't.
It's a fake picture though. It's not real.
Oh, and but this comes out.
Somebody made it with AI.
What can be done to make sure something like this doesn't happen again? And you're right, Joe.
Oh, but it's not gross. It is not real. I'm some dog.
Absolutely.
Yours
We look forward to
does
the press conference
It's empty.
within the next
Oh,
few
you
minutes.
got it.
Thanks for being there and stay safe.
Hey, where's the soda?
Now, Fox News contributor, retired
Where's the red soda, Peter?
Thanks for staying on with us. I know you've
Mom
been on
said
already
no.
today. You know, you just heard Mark's report there. He kind of went so far as to say he believes this was targeted and maybe even sending a message, not necessarily assigning a motive, but saying it's kind of almost impossible not to be.
But
what's your take? Are you hearing anything?
I don't know.
So let's try to advance the story a little bit at this point. Obviously,
Yeah.
as you said, the atmospheric seemed to be something that was message-driven. Why does that matter? Because if law enforcement does determine that, that's, I'm sure, why the FBI is heavily involved here, aside from the fact that all of Washington is federal jurisdiction. Now,
Yeah.
what's going to happen is the FBI is going to take the case over, and this is going to go into the terrorism realm.
Thanks, Brad, but I'm good. I'm working on redesigning my stream on my own.
Because it's on federal grounds. Well, all of Washington is federal. And what that does is admit certain federal charges that have the T word terrorism in it. If you can establish that motive. What is the motive? To either intimidate or
how's it
influence
going?
the civilian population or to move the policy of the government. So
Just
now
trying to see what's happening with this
they have identified the shooter, and they are going to be scraping backwards here. First of all, to make sure
shooting in D.C. that killed 2 National Guard.
to see what is the motive and where do we go from here.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. We're looking at something that's happened so close to the White House. We've got National Guard there. I actually got a text from someone involved in Secret Service that apparently responded really quickly and was a part of that. So obviously that shows just how close to the White House it was. It's not lost on
It's a block away.
Thanksgiving. I was sitting here last New Year's Day hosting Fox and Friends, seeing an attack on people in New Orleans. You know, how much of a heightened awareness do we have going into a holiday with so much traffic and confusion and opportunity for people to slip through the cracks, I guess?
Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah, apparently the shooter was an Afghan national, came in 2021.
They don't,
of course.
thankfully, rise to this level, but you do get threats around the holidays very, very often, and it's just one of these things that it's an emotional.
I hate to say it was kind of obvious that he was of some type of Middle Eastern from the picture because of the beard style, beard, no mustache, kind of a telltale that he's involved with some type of Islamic ideology, or he's Amish, one or the other.
Things that were related to holiday events, and at this point, you know, look, we don't know for sure. But the fact that this happens within the penumbra of the holidays
Thanks.
feels like something of an indicator. So we'll just have to see.
It's coupons.
Is there a manifesto
Baby formula.
stuff online? They're going to be looking at all of this, and they're getting their arms around it now. Right now, I think the FBI is probably
It's for baby formula.
Oh, we go get.
There's a lot of agencies in D.C.
Loud.
running around bouncing into each other.
Loud.
Person in charge and run this thing.
Yeah, Paul, that's my next question here. So you have experience in counterterrorism working
For
in
Similac.
a city that kind of really
Save $10 and then save $5.
That New York City can pull are unlike any other city. But Washington, D.C. is the capital of our country. The federal government is, by and large, located there. I know that post 9/11, a lot of the concerns and complaints were that these different agencies didn't talk to each other. And it seems like when we have a school shooting or any type of major
Good till February.
after the fact, this person was on some sort of medication or there was this marker, this red flag. As we move into this, looking at D.C. specifically, what agencies are there? I mean, if they have this person's name, can they backfill with all that information now and start gathering it almost instantaneously? Is it that there's information on people sitting there and you just need an instant like this to bring it to the top?
Yes, the short answer is yes. You know, we spend a lot of time
Skin is falling off.
federal agencies and law enforcement, but I can tell you that all of them are going to answer the bell on this. This is such an horrific thing.
Mm-hmm.
There are people all over the area in D.C. who have
Ridiculous
decided,
thing.
Thanksgiving, I'm going in. And they are scrambling to do exactly what you're talking about. And you have so many agencies involved here. Capitol Police, for instance, they do a lot of prophylactic
Secret
work.
Service, I saw was there.
Looking for, in fact, their head of analysis used to work for me.
FBI.
Competent guy. So they have a guy like that down there who's going to be dumping his computers, getting his analysts in to scrape backwards. They I'm sure by now, if not identified or close to identifying this person, the FBI is going to be doing the same. Homeland's going to be doing the same. And Parks Police are an underappreciated agency. In fact, the federal Parks Police, which have jurisdiction all over D.C., they're a very visible presence down there. And it was Parks Police Aviation which rode to the rescue here and attempted to airlift the 2 wounded to the hospitals. All right, I just got that information in. So all of these agencies, trust me, I tell you, they're going to be pulling together, but it has to be organized, and that's a key so that we get to good answers fast.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not getting any good news on the 2 individuals that their lives were taken, that were murdered today. But hopefully, we get some more information on motive and who this is. And hopefully,
Have to pray for those family. Even though this is probably one of the worst ways to.
Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
I don't care. Just no more screaming. Yep, this picture there, he got the suspect, and kind of obvious in my opinion. Dude, can you like drop it down like 3 decibels?
Yeah, look at this. Holy shit. Spot, yeah, I'm not even sure.
Yep, this is Asmongold's take on it.
God. Look at this here. Oh my god. So are they just letting it get worse so that they can, you know, introduce like even farther martial law and like be even more aggressive and then have the public accept it? I mean, is that what's happening? I don't know.
Yeah, so, Homa, we're here on I Street, and there is a heavy police presence. You can see a bunch of police lights flashing down here on I Street. The whole road is blocked off as we're walking up. There is police that is directing cars to go in opposite directions as this road is closed off. We're working our way a little bit closer, so we don't really have any information on anything as of now, but as...
Yeah, I guess we're going to have to wait and see. America is formed from unleashing violence upon people who disagreed politically. Yeah, because you weren't able to vote. You see, you couldn't vote King George out of office.
Yep.
You can vote Trump out of office.
Yep.
You can vote for somebody different than Trump. You can't vote for George Washington to be your leader rather than King George. So it's just, again, suspect in custody. Wait, hold up.
Closer, of course, we'll bring you every bit of information that we can gather. But all we have right now is that these streets are just lined with every kind of cop car and every kind of, you know, presence that they
can you like voting doesn't matter?
Oh,
it does matter.
To the metro station.
Yep, it does. Don't care how much you feel like it doesn't. It does. So if you don't vote, you don't get to talk, in my opinion. Keep your mouth shut if you don't vote. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Give us for perspective of folks who are just now joining in here at the top of the hour. How close are you to the White House?
Block away.
We're probably about a block off of it. Here we are just coming up to, we are just past.
Yeah, this is a thing where, like, I mean, preventing somebody from getting a gun and shooting 2 people is impossible. You can't do that. Like, realistically, as much as people want to say, oh, they need to put a stop to this, how are they letting this happen? The reality is that you can't stop this from happening.
Yeah, you can't stop bad people from doing bad things.
Away from the White House.
Oh,
and if you're
shit.
just now joining us, we're understanding that 2 National Guard
Yeah, they took them down pretty instantly.
DC. Their conditions unknown, but we are learning from the
They're
agency
dead.
right now that they're reporting a suspect is in custody, and DC police saying the scene is secure and it is contained. As you're joining us now, Rich, walk us through kind of what you're seeing and what the next movements will be from this massive police presence.
Yeah.
Well, here you got multiple agencies working together.
The FBI is doing its job like all other agencies. Trump deployed National Guards for weeks now. He's speaking nonsense. Crime's been drastically down. You didn't listen to what I said.
Not seriously injured.
You need to learn to listen.
When they report DC police as one
that's okay though.
In custody,
you'll learn.
Listen, we've had these reports when things happen immediately, but that doesn't mean that there's only one individual. It means a person is detained, and they may or may not be the shooter. They seem to indicate that is the shooter.
Well, yeah,
what I can see from the scene is the way they have so much law enforcement presence and so many bystanders with cameras and standing around. I do agree, number one, it's probably not an active scene anymore because they would not have bystanders. They would have been out of the area. Number two, they're already probably at intelligence centers looking at all the cameras for the area to see what they can find. There's body cameras from the police, the National Guard. I'm not sure if they're equipped with body cameras, but all the street cameras and stores have cameras. They are probably checking them immediately. Now, being from my family, actually, my grandparents were from Connecticut Avenue North. So this is a very hectic time. It's you know, we're talking about 3 o'clock on a Wednesday night.
Busy time.
Like you said, it's inundated with the visitors to
Everybody's gonna be going out, going to the bars.
Record all the data they have on the
What
cameras.
the heck is that lady saying?
See what they can piece together. They're probably, hopefully, the guardsmen are well enough to be interviewed and they can give them some idea.
Hide your children, hide your husbands.
The first thing is a red flag. Is they probably, if they hadn't locked down the White House, I mean, we understand the president and the first lady are not there. They probably certainly secured the perimeter.
I was thinking about that video.
Much tighter than they had. to just be aware that it may not be over. It may be a distraction. We don't know if the person was coming off the subway or going underground, or persons. Again, I say pause a little bit because the initial reports are not always accurate.
Anyway,
I think much tighter. Probably if they hadn't locked down the proximity of the White House to be interviewed and they to get inundated with the visitors to the area. So what will happen next is they'll archive and record all the data they have on the cameras. They'll try to see what they can piece together. They're probably, hopefully the guardsmen are well enough to be interviewed and they can give them some idea of what happened. Now, being in the proximity of the White House, the first thing is a red flag. Is they probably, if they hadn't locked down the White House, I mean, we understand the president and the first lady are not there. They probably certainly secured the perimeter.
So I was thinking about that video.
Much tighter than they had. To just be aware that it may not be over.
Yeah, he's definitely staring off at the news reporter. Caught in 4K.
Again, I say pause a little bit because the initial reports are not always accurate.
Anyway,
I think that we're gonna hear a lot of information coming out. But like I said, look right now as the bystanders are on the corners. They got cameras. It doesn't. If it was live scene or active shooter, they would be running. They wouldn't be there.
Right.
Yeah.
The police.
Sure. So they probably got the guy. That's good. I'm glad. I mean, obviously, it's a huge fucking relief that they got somebody that went and did that shit, right? But we'll see what happens. Yeah, we'll see what happens if this is actually him or not. I mean, I have no idea. I mean, my assumption.
Yeah, sounds like it is him.
Probably was, but
Sounds like they got him. I wanted to watch this. A change of pace. Let's make fun of Tim Waltz.
Hanging on the
He's back again to wage a public war of words against Tim
Waltz is
Walz.
a traitor. Vote for Johnson.
He abandoned us. I mean, what the hell kind of leader does that? I mean, he just, as soon as the shots were fired in Iraq, he turned and ran the other way and hung his hat up and quit.
We'll get to Barron's new message for voters in a moment. But this all starts years earlier when Barron says Walz's misleading statements about his military service first led him to come forward in the fall of 2018.
So you try to get this message out, but Minnesota's largest newspaper checks it out, says it's 100% true, but yet refuses to print.
When I hung the phone up, I said, what the hell is this, North Korea?
Back in 2005, a warning order went out to the 1st Battalion, 125th Field Artillery to mobilize for a mission to Iraq. At the time, Walz served as the unit's highest non-commissioned officer, but months later, Walz would retire from the Guard, avoid the deployment, and run for Congress. Tom Barron's was next in line for the position and was asked to take his place.
I was
like, heavy body armor
for
on.
Pete's sake, if this guy quit, and if I say I'm not going to do it, I mean, what the hell kind of leadership is that? If a company would say that we're going to deploy to Iraq or somewhere and you're going to be gone for whatever amount of time, and then a foreman just
Waltz just wanted a cushy
no,
job.
I'm not going. I mean, what does that say to the 500 people that work in that
Tape
factory?
on 10.
Barron's would go on to serve in Iraq on a nearly 2-year deployment as a command sergeant major. All while Walz began using that title as a congressman. Barron says he first contacted Walz with his concerns, sending these letters to Washington. They all went unanswered.
But then we fast forward to the election in 2018 in Minnesota, and you try at that time to get people's attention with this story and also with what seems to be a very misleading statement that he continued to make about his service.
It kind of just sat there, when he was a congressman, he bragged that he was a command sergeant, retired command sergeant major. I'm the highest ranking person ever in the House, and all this lie that he was telling. The state of Minnesota came out after 2018, after this was exposed, and they said, well, he can say that he served as a command sergeant major, but he can't say he's a retired one because he's not.
And that's what he was saying.
And he was saying that, and there was lots of public, lots of cards coming in the mail, for him to be elected. They said right on there he's a retired command sergeant major, just tooting his own horn, just hanging on the coattails of people that actually are command sergeant majors that went through all the process and put all the time in.
A spokesperson for the Minnesota National Guard said Walz wasn't able to retire as a command sergeant major since he failed to complete coursework and requirements related to the rank. Verified documents show the Army corrected his service record. Walz was reduced in rank to an E8 Master Sergeant after retirement and his conditional promotion. Alpha News again asked Governor Walz if he's using the command sergeant major rank on his campaign website for political gain this year. A spokesperson said this has been in the news before and pointed us to a past story where Walz said, quote, "Normally this type of partisan political attack only comes from one who's never worn a uniform."
It's stolen valor is really what it is. I don't know of anybody else that's done what he's done. But we called it the truth about Tim Walz.
In 2018, Barron's gave the story the full court press.
We, retired command sergeant majors of the Minnesota National Guard, feel it is our duty and responsibility to bring forth the truth as we know it concerning his service record. I put together information on it and I sent it out to every single radio station and newspaper and TV station I could in the state. The bottom line in all of this is gut-wrenching and sad to explain. When the nation called, he quit.
Twin Cities TV stations and the Star Tribune were silent, even after Barron says the newspaper checked it all out. The Star Tribune endorsed Walz in 2018 for governor. Between lockdowns, riots, unchecked crime, and a charred police precinct, Barron's felt he had no choice but again to come forward.
Allowing that to be burned down was just like having the Alamo get burned down. It's like, no, you defend that to the last man. You know, if he would have went to Iraq, he'd still be hiding under his desk over there. Because that's just, the cowardice that I seen portrayed with him.
So how about when he also comes out and he calls you guys 19-year-old cooks?
I'd take any 19-year-old cook before I'd go to war with him. I don't know how he could even utter such a statement. I mean, it's just absolutely sad.
So this election year, it's all built up again to Barron's new grain bin message.
He called Jacob Fry an abject failure. So I was like, you know, that's what he is.
Walz is a traitor, also made a return.
And the last one I put together, he said it himself too, as well. If they don't like my job, they can vote me out. So I wrote, we got to vote him out. We need to vote him out.
Oh, wow, that's pretty public too. That's pretty awesome. I like that.
He's back again to wage a public.
Any more updates on the National Guard? Oh, Cash Patel put on a tweet just now. Please send your prayers to our National Guard warriors and their families. They are heroes not just of today, but every day, sacrificing to protect Americans all across America. Yeah, and those two definitely put their lives on the line for it. It was unnecessary that their lives were taken. Session 6 suggested a few days ago that the National Guard will start randomly shooting at Americans. Yep. To see some cause and effect. They're shooting with you. So it comes from elected politicians telling America that the NG National Guard is about to start shooting American citizens on the streets. Sure, how these people sleep at night. Yeah, we do have a bunch of traitors in our midst, and they need to be treated as such. Traitors. Not people with different opinions or politics. Traitors. And in Chicago, you got this crap going on. Four hours ago, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson leading a protest against the National Guard with disgusting signs demonizing them. 2 National Guardsmen were just gunned down. No soldiers in our streets. Union strong. Union household. Billionaires are bad for democracy. Went from millionaires being bad to billionaires once the socialists became millionaires. And then once they become billionaires, it'll be trillionaires are bad. Yeah. Brandon Johnson, I hope they find him on corruption charges. was let in about him. A few weeks ago, Oregon Congresswoman Maxine Dexter said the National Guard coming to cities is tyrannical and dangerous.
Maxine Dexter, Oregon's 3rd, checking in after what I would say is an indefensible.
I was gonna say, just by looking at her, I'm not sure she's a woman, but I guess by the voice she is.
Ruling by the Ninth Circuit that opens the door to National Guard troops being deployed in our peaceful city. Let's just be clear. Portland is
Oh,
not
yeah, Portland's not peaceful. It is filled with drug addicts
our resistance to Donald
and criminals.
fairy tale about our city. We have remained peaceful,
Crime is rampant.
persistent, and clear that we do not bend the knee to Donald Trump and his wannabe king.
No, you just want to protect all your druggies and
Continue to be so.
thieves,
This ruling
criminals.
must be challenged, and we must remain steadfast in our peaceful resistance to Donald Trump, the tyranny he is trying to take onto our cities and across this country, and what I would say is an extraordinarily dangerous precedent by militarizing our city. And
Yeah, I can't stand her voice either. Oh well. Christopher Overwatch Platinum rank or bronze. Monster Metatron video on history.
Oh, you like the Romans, do you? That's why you're here?
Kinda.
Have a seat. When I recorded this, I didn't have that background light though. Are they gonna notice? Hello, number ones. Welcome back to my channel. This is the Metatron speaking, and I found an interesting video on a channel where I wasn't really expecting this type of content, so I thought, hey, how about we check it out with the noble ones? Also because there is a name you might be familiar with. Alright, so the channel is called After School, so I suppose is 3.6 million subscribers is a lot. And imagine it's one of those channels that simplifies through drawing historical topics and also other types of subjects for school children, as an after school. Here they're talking about what was daily life in ancient Rome really like. That's a good question as long as you represent it correctly, which is what we are here to do. I'm gonna double check it. I'll try not to interrupt too often, but as I always say when I do reacts, I also don't want to do what some channels do and just sit here and let them do all the work. No, I do want to make it as transformative as possible, and besides, an extremely pedantic man, so I always have something to say. I'll try to find a sweet spot. Thank you for your patience. Look at this name, Gregory Aldrete. He is a professor. I've already reacted to him when he was a guest at Lex Fridman's show, and to be fair, some of the things he said were really good, but other times I strongly disagreed on his positions on religion in general in ancient Rome and a few other things. I might agree, I might disagree. Let's go.
Ancient Rome is often envisioned as a city of glorious, shining marble structures, where toga-clad emperors and senators reveled at sumptuous and decadent feasts, and spectacular gladiator games entertained the people. This idealized vision of Rome has been heavily shaped by movies, particularly those of the golden age of Hollywood in the 50s and 60s. There is certainly truth to these images. Rome was indeed a city of magnificent public structures and profligate spectacles. But this is not the whole story.
Also, while, I mean, the drawings are beautiful. If these are, I don't know if these are hand-drawn, but they're gorgeous. I do want to say, though, every single statue is white. Instead, every single statue should be in color, and so should the temples, and so should the columns. And I know that I say that so often, But as I say, it's because I am from the Mediterranean. I am a Mediterranean man. So I would love for my own culture to be represented in its historical polychromacity.
There was a darker, grittier side to life in ancient Rome. In this lecture, I want to take you behind the familiar facade of shining marble and reveal the bleak reality of what life in ancient Rome was really like.
Interesting approach, but how much money does this guy have? Goodness gracious,
A
look at all
lot.
the purple.
For the average inhabitant, ancient Rome was, quite simply, a crowded, noisy, smelly, and most
A
of all,
lot of purple.
dangerous place to live.
I disagree. No. The smelly part is silly to say.
No, they had
sure,
running
of course, there would
water.
have been some areas.
They had sewers.
Depending
They had
where
pipe.
you go, but I don't think that's an apt descriptor. But let's see how he justifies it.
For the overwhelming majority of ordinary Romans, daily existence in the great capital was a grim struggle in which you
They
were
had
constantly menaced with an array of deadly threats that could strike without warning at any time. In particular, there were 5 major hazards that characterized life in ancient Rome and often played a far greater role in the lives of the city's inhabitants than the city's glories. I like to call these the 5 F's.
But that was so
Floods,
small.
fires, famines, filth.
Those spots called the plague.
Oh, the more
This is
toy.
representing a very
The
poor
plague.
city. It's interesting that the person who's doing the drawing, very talented, I would like to underline, chose green.
That was that.
This was under the direction
That
of
saw me.
Trete, because green requires you to first dye your tunic yellow and then do a second processing, which makes it rather
Mama,
expensive. So it is common
it was
among
that.
the
It's
palace
a zombie.
guards, but
Yeah,
a
dead
poor
person.
child with a green tunic is a little strange.
Mama, so
You,
bad.
yes, you. Stop
Mom.
whatever you do
Yellow and then blue.
subscribe.
Or green.
Or
Makes blue.
force me to show you my Second Amendment. Oi, have you got a license for that? Oh, it's medicinal, officer, I swear. Well, could you imagine if YouTube banned me for this? Like the AI. Look the risks I take for you. Come on, subscribe. You wanna be a duck? Subscribe.
Before we look at these, keep in mind that due to its size, the city of ancient Rome was an exception.
Of course.
It was at least twice as large as any other city of its time.
Yeah.
By the late 1st century BC, the population
1
of
million.
Rome was
Exactly.
around 1 million people, and it stayed at this
A lot of
level
people.
for several centuries. This was an absolutely huge population for a pre-industrial city. It was the biggest city yet seen in world history, at least in the Western Hemisphere, and no other city in the Western Hemisphere would reach this size again for another 2,000 years, when London hit 1 million in the 19th century. As late as 1850, only 2 cities, London and Paris, had populations over 1 million.
That's
Despite
insane.
its size, most of the
I mean,
hazards that
that's got a
ancient
crazy
Romans
fact.
faced would also been familiar to any inhabitant of an ancient Roman city. These problems may have been more intense at Rome due to its size,
Look at
but
the
any
aqueduct.
urban dweller in the Roman world would have experienced them at least to some degree. All right, Rome is famous as the city of 7 hills, but between those hills, the valleys and plains, where most of the city was actually located, were originally marshy, low-lying land.
Yeah.
Much of Rome
I almost forgot. Let's get this out. Not okay. Well, let's do this. Forgot to do our verse of the day. Looking for something for grateful. Let's be grateful for receiving a kingdom that cannot be shaken, and thus let us offer to God acceptable worship with reverence and awe. 4 chapter 12:28. They do not refuse him who is speaking, for if they did not escape when they refused him who warned them on earth, much less will we escape if we reject him who warns from heaven. And at time his voice shook the earth, but now he has promised, yet once more I will not shake only the earth, but also the heavens. This phrase, yet once more, indicates the removal of things that are shaken. That is, things that have been made in order that the things that cannot be shaken may remain. Therefore, let us be grateful for receiving a kingdom that cannot be shaken, and that let us offer to God acceptable worship with reverence and awe, for our God is a consuming fire. That's a good one. It's a good one. but oh, please just give us your grease. Okay.
Rome was built on top of what were originally swamps. And when the Tiber River flooded, as it often did, these areas were submerged underwater. Even worse, the city was situated along the banks of the Tiber River at precisely the most flood-prone spot along its entire length. There were practical reasons for why Rome was built here, but nevertheless, the city's location doomed it to a 3,000-year-old struggle against flooding. Tiber floods were frequent, severe, and destructive.
One thing I'd like to add to this is the following. Sometimes we wonder, why do humans build or settle near dangerous areas due to possible disasters and natural disasters, in fact? I mean, why do we build in areas that are prone to fires? Why do we build in areas that have often earthquakes? What about building settlements and cities near
Those are
volcanoes?
usually the ones with the richest
And then in this case,
ground.
areas prone to floods, whether it be because of a river, whether it be because of the coastline. Then the reality is this: sometimes people don't know. Like, for instance, no one knew in the times of ancient Rome that the volcano Vesuvius was a volcano. It looked just like a regular mountain.
Looked like a dormant
When you
mountain,
look at the
or it
Vesuvius
looks like a
now,
mountain, a
it has
dormant
the
volcano.
whole of the volcano, but that's because the tip exploded. Before that, it just was a single one. In fact, if you see representations, paintings and murals of the of Mount Vesuvius before it exploded, when Pompeii was still a thing, it just looks like a regular mountain. It doesn't
Looks like
have
Mount
the
Fuji, probably.
gravity that it has today. And it is very likely that the previous volcanic eruption was prehistoric, which is why there was no memory of it in the Roman population. But this is not the only reason. Sometimes people do, and we still do it. We populate everywhere, and the reality is that oftentimes the benefits of an area outweigh potential risks that may or may not ever happen. And
Soil,
sometimes, as I say,
more
there are situations.
resources.
I mean, at the end of the day, they built an empire out of Rome, so clearly the benefits outweighed the problems that they still had to deal with. The problems were there, but there were other benefits, including defendability of areas and the ability to be able to incorporate natural defenses with artificial battlements.
On average, there was a major flood about every 25 years, and minor ones about every 5 years. The worst of these could result in water levels that rose 50 feet above normal, and that inundated nearly all the major regions and monuments of the city, including the Roman Forum, the Colosseum, the Circus Maximus, and the Pantheon. As we've seen with recent disasters such as Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans, floods wreak great havoc on both the city and its inhabitants. Many buildings can be undermined or weakened by the waters, resulting in spectacular collapses.
Yes, but in ancient Rome, that needs to be contextualized, Professor Aldrete, because we do know that Roman concrete was specifically developed with the idea of working and functioning underwater, to a point that Roman concrete self-heals, and in fact it gets stronger when in contact with water. As he mentioned, it's very likely that the Pantheon got inundated several times. It's still standing, no problems. Concrete is intact.
The floods also caused the sewers to back up, spreading filth and disease, and spoiling the vital food supplies stored in the city's warehouses. These floods could be so severe that boats were needed to travel through the flooded streets of the city. The ancient author Cassius Dio notes several such occasions, including one during the reign of Augustus, when the streets were navigable by boat for 7 days. We have other ancient accounts describing floodwaters sweeping people off their feet
Sounds
in
like
the
Venice.
Roman Forum, knocking over bridges, and flooding out public spectacles being held in the theaters and in the Circus Maximus. Not surprisingly, the wealthiest Romans overwhelmingly chose to locate their houses atop hills.
That still happens in Italy, by the way. If you go to Naples, the posh parts are up, up on the top. It's still a thing. And once again, we have a super rich purple person here.
Which insulated them from many of the negative consequences of flooding. The poor, the vast majority of the populace, had to settle in the low-lying areas. Most of the buildings destroyed by floods appear to have been insulae. That's the often shoddily constructed apartment buildings in which most ordinary Romans lived. Contrary to the impression one might have from movies, most urban Romans lived in apartment buildings, not individual houses.
Floors.
An inventory of buildings in the city of Rome from the 4th century AD notes that at that time there were about 47,000 apartment buildings in Rome, but only around 1,800 houses.
I like that. Nice.
While those fortunate enough to live on hills might have evaded floods, no one in Rome was safe from the ubiquitous and constant threat posed by the next danger, fires. At night, the only light source was small lamps fueled by olive oil. Also, everyone had to cook over open flames. Not surprisingly, in the cramped living conditions of the city, it was all too easy for a spark to jump to a combustible surface, or for someone to knock over a lamp and ignite a dangerous fire.
Man,
the way that the city was laid out exacerbated the threat of fires.
I just love the way, I just want to commend the person who's doing the drawings. You're so good. He looks so nice. Look at that. His tunic got fire. It's funny. Do you see how one of the vegetables is clearly purple? Actually, purple it was a more common color to see both in ancient Rome and in the medieval period when it comes to the colors of vegetables. There are several types of vegetables that we eat today that have lost the purple. For instance, carrots. And there are a few others that in period instead would have had purple as their typical color. So the colors of vegetables, or a table filled with all sorts of foods from the land, would have been different in period.
Because Rome had grown organically from a small village, its streets were a jumbled maze of narrow, twisting paths, which offered little or no barrier to the spread of fires. Under these conditions, once a fire had grown beyond its starting point, it was nearly impossible to extinguish. It seems that not a night went by without a serious fire somewhere in Rome, and larger fires that destroyed entire neighborhoods appear to have occurred roughly every other year. One ancient source describes a group of friends climbing up to the top of a hill and watching a section of the city burn down, apparently as a form of entertainment. We know of at least 85 major fires, but the worst of all was the Great Fire of 64 AD, which broke out around the east end of the Circus Maximus. This terrible conflagration burned for 9 days, and by the end of it, nearly the entire city was affected, with 10 out of Rome's 14 districts devastated by the inferno. In an attempt to combat the danger posed by fires, the first Emperor Augustus set up a brigade of 7,000 night watchmen who patrolled the city carrying buckets and axes. When they spotted a fire, they would fill up their buckets at the nearest fountain and fling water onto the blaze.
Basically, the ancient Roman equivalent of firefighters. Finally, we see some purple on the right man, the emperor. His hair would have been brown, though, for the person drawing, and his eyes either gray or blue. We don't know. In fact, light brown, because it's subflavius, which means like a light brown that is still in a similar stage as blonde. Not blonde, it's light brown, but that's what it means.
As you can imagine, such methods would only have been effective on very small fires, and would have done little to quench a blazing 8-story apartment building.
Of course.
The only real hope was to catch fires before they could spread.
Yeah.
The poet Juvenal offers a vivid portrait of what must have been every tenant's nightmare, being caught on the upper floors of a burning apartment building. He writes, "Smoke pours out, but on the top floor you know nothing of it, for if the alarm begins on the ground level, he who lives in the attic will be the last to burn."
Yes, yes.
a lucky Roman might escape the flood.
People living in the attic were in fact the people paying the least. That's the cheapest ones were in the attic. If you wanted to live at the ground floor, that would have been more expensive.
Floods and the fires, but few could evade the next threat, famine, or shortage of food. While wealthy elites enjoyed lavish banquets and exotic delicacies, for probably around 75% of the city's inhabitants, about 75% of their diet would have been a monotonous round of just 3 basic staples. Grain, consumed in the form of bread or a soup-like gruel, olives, usually ingested in the form of olive oil, and finally, wine. Because of Rome's enormous size, local resources were nowhere near enough to support the city's populace. Therefore, food had to be imported on a gigantic scale from all over the Mediterranean.
Yeah, Egypt and Sicily were the main breadwinners, can we say, when it comes to wheat production?
Particularly from Egypt, North Africa, Sicily, and Spain.
Thank you.
In order to sustain the city's inhabitants, a minimum of 500,000 tons of those 3 basic foodstuffs had to be imported from overseas during the summer sailing season, stored in warehouses, and then distributed throughout the year.
Yeah.
Just to give you a sense of how
Bread and
massive
circus.
the scale of these imports was,
What was him?
consider the case of one of the hills in Rome today, which is called Monte Testaccio. This hill is
I appreciate that. Yeah, Monte Testaccio. That's good.
not a natural topographical feature. It's actually an artificial mountain made up entirely of the shattered remains of ancient North
I know
African
what
and
that was.
Spanish olive oil containers. As these pots were emptied at the main warehouses, the workers tossed them out, and over 300 years, this garbage heap of
That's
discarded
insane.
olive oil pots grew into a mountain 1/4 of a mile long and 150 feet high.
That's the first
Oh,
time
look
I
at
hear
Facebook
about
post.
that. So,
Google.
thank you, Professor, for that. That's really cool. I'm curious about the part about filth. Let's have a look at that one as a last section, and then all the other section. There's a massive chapter about diseases. I would refer you to the original video so we can give the like and view to the actual creator. But let's check out the filth section.
Rome consumed huge amounts of food, water, and marble, but Rome's immense population was an equally profligate producer, and its 2 main physical products were corpses and sewage. It's been estimated that every day, ancient Rome's inhabitants would have produced something on the
Crazy.
order of 350,000 gallons of urine, 100,000 pounds of feces, and 150 dead bodies.
Goodness gracious, who did that
Interesting.
math? Well, at least they can use the one above to clean clothes.
What happened to all this? Unfortunately, much of
Yeah,
it
but
ended
then
up
it
in the
has a
streets of the
pea smell.
city. When one adds to this the waste products of Rome's animals and the various other types of refuse and garbage generated by the city, and then factors in the Romans' complete ignorance of the germ theory of disease, the result was a level of hygiene and sanitation that, by modern standards, was truly appalling.
Well, yes, but let's not, Professor, if I may. Of course, they don't understand germ theory, but I don't think you need to understand germ theory to not sit on urine, like the drawing shows. Like, people don't do that automatically. We have a sense of disgust that helps us even when we don't know things, and it's an evolutionary trait. It's something we do to keep us safe. That's why when we look at dirt, we go, ugh. That's why when we look at some animals, particularly insects and bugs, we go, oh, that's gross. Because that kind of repulsion helps us survive. It's a natural characteristic. No one would sit on urine while someone else is throwing a bucket
and it's a lot of animal and
waste onto
your
them, like the
animal
person above
waste.
you're telling me they do. I don't know. I don't want to put words into the professor's mouth. I always try to steel man people's arguments. But the way this is represented with all people throwing waste on top of other people while they're sitting on it, no. I mean, come on. Of course, it wasn't as sanitary as modern cities, although then again, it depends which area of the world. With that being said, no.
Yeah.
While the majority of Romans received some basic form of cremation or burial, it's been estimated that each year in ancient Rome, at least 1,500 human corpses ended up simply abandoned in the streets, where they rotted and were scavenged by animals. Public officials may occasionally have had these corpses hauled away, but a number of ancient literary anecdotes testify that decomposing bodies were a common sight in the streets. In fact, so familiar was this scene that the writer Marshall wrote a poem describing a beggar dying in the streets who, with the last of his strength, is trying to fend off the scavenging vultures and dogs that are gathering to feed on him. Even the highest levels of Roman society were not insulated from such sights. Another author tells the story of a street dog which ran into the emperor's palace and dropped a human hand that it was carrying in its mouth beneath the emperor's dining table.
That's crazy.
By the way, he tells this story not because such scenes were shocking or surprising, but only because the emperor interpreted this as a good omen, since the hand was a symbol of power to the Romans. Adding to the human bodies in the streets would have been thousands of carcasses
little wild.
from Rome's considerable population of animals, both domesticated and wild. What happened when an ancient Roman had to go to the bathroom? Here, one must remember that
They had public
the primary
bathhouses.
purpose of Rome's sewers was not to carry away waste, but instead to provide drainage. While there were some large public latrines, relatively few structures possessed bathrooms that were connected to the sewer. There are actually some compelling reasons you would not want a direct connection to the sewer. There were no valves or water traps in Roman plumbing, so a lot of things you would rather not have coming into your home would have gained easy access, such as noxious smells and gases, and all sorts of sewer vermin and pests. Because of this, in most Roman dwellings, the latrine would have consisted of a clay pot in a corner that, when full, was, in theory, supposed to be lugged outside and down the street to the nearest sewer opening where the contents could be poured in. Particularly for the poor, most of whom, remember, lived on upper floors of high-rise apartment buildings, hauling a large pot full of reeking sewage down many flights of stairs was not exactly an appealing prospect. Therefore, many of these chamber pots were emptied by the much simpler expedient of waiting until no one was looking and then dumping the pot's contents out the window.
Yeah, so the situation would differ depending on the social status and the area. Do remember, though, that because one thing is not being mentioned, it's obvious, but one thing is not being mentioned is that the Romans were into personal cleanliness, though, when it comes to, like, public baths and whatnot. Anyways, so I kind of liked the video, didn't agree with everything, but in general, kind of what I was expecting. It did provide quite a lot of mentions from the sources, so I do appreciate that overall, and I absolutely loved the drawing, so that was cool to watch.
Yeah,
Thank you for
drawings
watching,
were
little
good.
ones. See you tomorrow. If you appreciate my
Me too. Well, let's see what
Okay,
the new Overwatch character.
That I'm blocking everything. Let's do this.
Alright.
Okay, I'm dead. No, never mind.
Oh.
My team saved me. I have no idea what I'm doing, but this is fun.
It looks fun.
Very nice. I got ult from the high ground. Guarding, that's what it means.
I just didn't see a little bit.
Okay. I
Yeah,
don't want to be
cool.
on the point, bro. I want to go closer.
So,
Okay, let's do 1, 2. Oh, gotta get out. I like that they have like some way of poking though. This is pretty smart.
Oh, okay.
Wait, I have an idea. I gotta get my ultimate soon. Oh, who did I stun? I don't know, chat. Let's just say that I did that. Thank you. Woo! Big diva bomb too. Yes, please. Gain life steal or Galentless? Let's go with Galentless. Chat, you know what time it is. Chat, you know what time it is. Nah, I'm kidding. Not yet. Not yet. Let's just push this a bit. Hey, High Noon. Let me go get high ground. I like that you have a way of actually contesting high ground. I think that's pretty cool. Can I cancel the charge? Alright, I know what time it is, Shining Chat is. What? You looked into that! I left click too much! I wanted to jump behind him and ult and then... You're locked in the animation! Oh no, live, nice. Oh yes. Oh, I'm stuck here. I got stunned! I can get stunned on my ultimate! That does it. Okay, fine, let me show you what I wanted to do. I missed everything, but took a quick nap.
You lost to the Anna.
It's so easy to feed on this hero. It's so easy to feed on this hero, but this is a super flashy hero. I like that he can contest point really fast too, I feel like. Okay, let me play closer on the corner. But ultimate seems very easy to counter. The longer the fight, the better it is for me. Come here. It's so hard to actually land these. Okay, give me this one. Oh, the sleep. That was a sick sleep from the Ana.
Heart.
Yeah, like I haven't played against this hero, but I think that this hero is very punishable.
Haven't played Overwatch 2 in a while.
Okay, let me get an ultimate. Let me go in like this.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
Oh, I can cancel the whirlwind thingy. That's good.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Magic.
Oh wow, that damage! Woo. Come here. I got her. That's me. That's me. I'm sorry. That is me. She got scared of me.
Pretty cool.
Oh, the glory bit thingy. The diva bomb. There's no way. Oh, no way. The V-Meg Dog. The Kagi. Nah, almost the diva bombs. I don't know, chat. I feel like I'm having the time of my life playing this hero.
That looks really fun to play.
A lot, but this is actually really cool. Trying to charge this, so that when I peak, I'll have 3. Okay, let me go and contest deck on high ground. Let's wait for everybody. The gameplay of this hero, though, is like, I don't know another Overwatch hero that plays like this. It's sick. Oh, yes.
Bologna.
I feel like you need bubbles and stuff like that. Does team win this? Team might win this. Team might be the GOAT.
The team won that. There's still 2 people on point.
Let me go in, bro. swing again, but I'm feeling the game.
I've laid claim to the payload.
Let's go! What a sick hero. I
Does
don't
look
care
like
how
a sick
the game
hero.
or stuff, but my goodness. My goodness. This is a fun experience.
Play of the game.
And play of the game! Let's
Play
go!
the game.
This hero needs a lot of help though, like I think that if you're gonna be playing this hero alone, it's not gonna be that good. But if you play with somebody that follows up when you're going in, or if you're playing with somebody that speed boosts your account, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, I wanna chat, I wanna try cinematic thing maybe.
Get ready.
What if I do this and then shift to my teammates? Oh, that was a sick one.
They got the robot.
Come here, ball. Okay, nice. Oh. So much brawling. Nice change of pace compared to diving 24/7. Everybody just zooming everywhere. I mean, everybody
Brawl,
zooming
yeah.
still.
Very fast paced.
Let the flame consume me. That's more like it.
Quite fed. Thank you, teammates.
Commence pile drive. Commence the pile drive.
No, we gotta get out.
Arriva la punizione!
Oh. Did they get out of here? Oh, gotta go back in. Thank you. I don't know what quirks to pick, so yeah, let me get this one actually. The lifesteal thingy.
This ends now.
I mean, I got some help to be frag.
Face me.
Ball so annoying.
Can I glide max with this hero? I'll show you in a second what I mean. Huh, that looked cool. I'm gonna die though. No! Okay, I almost did a trailer thingy.
That was a very bad.
Come on, boop me, I wanna do the trailer thingy.
That's scary, Elmo.
Boop me, boop me. Oh no! No, don't have it again.
Pretty cool. They do new skins? Somebody message? Or did I get a message? Alright, Cutlass. Shield, where's his birds at right now? New messages today. Go to the bathroom and we're gonna play some Bibles. All right. I do need to. Do need to do something quick. Or Portals Windows. We need to. It's Punisher.
Do you want to beat Nightmare 4 as a solo with the Punisher so you can unlock the Golden Queenslayer title and the Endless Arsenal purple title? Yeah, they are really nice, and in this video I have what's in my opinion the best build and strategy for the Punisher to beat Nightmare 4. I'll be going over the best abilities, traits, blessings, and the gameplay strategy you need to be using to make this game mode easy. So heading to the build, we'll start off with the abilities. For his turret ability, I recommend Relentless Pursuit to make his turret act like an automated sentry, and this is really handy because you can use it to distract the zombies and keep them from attacking you. For the zipline, I suggest Phantom Rush, since the collision immunity and speed boost is super helpful for keeping you alive. Then his ultimate ability doesn't matter at all since you never want to
I just got done spending an unholy amount of time playing Marvel Rivals New Zombie Survival Mode. Frankly, I'm tired. But I'm gonna talk about one of my favorite builds and tell you how to get through this game a little bit easier so you can start enjoying Nightmare 4 difficulty. I am absolutely in love with this PvE.
Marvel Rivals Zombies has a new update, and with that came a title for every character for soloing Nightmare 4. Single character that, before we do anything, I'll show you guys the Wrath of Blade. But the first character, meaty buffs this time around, near out of Thunder to be pretty. Red one is
Sure.
to do one into a you basically damage one spot frost, you'll do another strong. Like I said, as long as you just rotate and just handy, because go over the hard rounds like in her crystal, so you don't. And on round 15, you should have didn't get one shot like as close as possible. And as you can see, if you can get very easily in Punisher did get some good buffs, and we'll be buying predominantly the cards that got buffed as well. We're gonna go full red tree with full green abilities. We won't ever use his ultimate or zipline, but the green turret is a must. It's literally a monkey bomb. As for the cards you're buying, you will never buy a blue card the entire run. Do not buy blue. But for the red cards, ones that are important to get extremely early are his new upgraded Punisher's upgrade. It's now 90% single bullet damage, up from, I believe, 45 or 60%. If you don't get like 3 of these before the first round in your early buy phase, just restart the run because you need big damage. As for reload speed, never buy it. Deadly lock-on, always buy it, but don't buy more than 5, I would say. Smart magazine, only buy it once. The rate of fire ones are always a good buy. Magazine capacity, you only want to buy 250%. Never buy it again after that, or you're wasting damage on magazine size. As for Punisher's purple, you want to buy damage. Don't buy health, because we're just going to get Punisher up to where he does enough damage to where health doesn't matter because of his super high fire rate. So damage dealt, damage received is fine as well. And you want to buy at least 2 or 3 vampiric vitality, and then obviously the 3 full moon once again for the full moon. We don't want to buy Zeus's Thunder or Primordial Frost at all on this build. Punisher is straight damage. Now, like I said, for the hard rounds, it's the same thing. You could see how much damage Punisher does. If you get good luck early game, you could do stuff like this, where I literally killed Namor in 30 seconds just standing completely still, because my damage is so high that my lifesteal is so great that I'm never taking damage, even though I only have 5,000 health, which is why I say only buy damage on Punisher, which makes it a breeze. I only had 9,000 health by the time I got to the double Wanda round, and all you have to do is prioritize your targets. I left 1 in the orb, as I did so much damage I won't die from it, while I try to get their health as close as possible, because it is very important that you go to the final reality erasure at the same HP. And just look how good Punisher is, and they literally instantly died as soon as they went to reality erasure. Punisher's run was literally extremely fast and extremely high damage. Now let's go to the next character. So let's get into Jeff. To start, we're gonna
Fritz out. Make sure we're in the full screen. Yeah, Punisher had anything special to look out for, and I was right, he did. Nope, cancel. Soloing, baby.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the
Oh, we need 3 90s in the first round.
but the path will be fraught with peril. I was made for this mission. Time to make the undead dead again.
One fire rate. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we got what we wanted with the plus 90, but Give it a go. I don't think it's gonna work.
Life must prevail over death. Alas, a champion has fallen.
Right again.
Do not worry. All hope is not yet lost.
I mean, pressure. Homer. Yeah, I don't want to reuse my onks
Task my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead.
if I can avoid it.
But the path will be fraught with peril. I was made for this mission.
I was made for this mission. Why's my ping high? In here.
Zombies. All the carnage.
35 damage. The plus 40. Another plus 40. One of those. Don't want that. There. That's what I wanted.
Life must prevail over death. More undead warriors will soon arrive. Fight harder. You are of no use to me.
No. We need the 90s. We need the plus 90s. And I didn't have any lifesteal, which stinks. I need that on the first round too.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught
So does
with
somebody?
peril. I was
Is
made
it?
for this mission.
Okay.
I ain't holding
True.
back. Not anymore.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. Get past this round, we'll get it. Okay.
Life must prevail over death. Fought well, but the war is far from over. Fight harder. You are of no use to be dead. Alas, a champion has fallen. Rise, my fists of vengeance. The battle has only just begun. There is no time to rest. More undead warriors will soon arrive. Do not succumb to the chaos.
What? Oh, good dog. Good dog.
They're not TVs, they're shields.
I don't see these soldiers get forced of
The shields.
the TV.
Off of me. Aish. Off.
Impressive. But
That's
can
the
you
fact.
repeat
I
your
don't know.
success? Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission. Alas, a champion has fallen. Do not worry. All hope is not yet lost.
Laying back. Let's drag it. All right, let's try this again. We'll get it. We'll get it. I'm not wasting the onk on that one though.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril.
I was made for this mission.
Or was made for this. Yeah, we know, Punisher. We know.
I ain't holding back. Not anymore.
Close. Enough of those. Those. Sheesh. What kind of craziness that was. It's stuck on a crawler. Not happy. Not happy. I need 390.
Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril.
I was made for this mission. Time to make the undead dead again.
This doesn't run either, but let's give it a go. Oh, almost reran it. Almost. What? Frankenstein Punisher. Yeah. Yeah. Well, not really bad guy, but it's a superhero that looks creepy, yeah. No, it's Punisher. It's this guy. Just with a different skin on.
I was made for this mission. I ain't holding back. Not anymore.
Dad.
It's pretty good. Ooh, yes. This might be it. Heck yeah, there we go. Do a little hull here.
Regret choosing you for this mission.
Perfect!
There's no time to rest. More undead warriors will soon arrive. Do not succumb to the chaos. Alas, a champion has fallen.
Yeah, we'll retry that one.
Do not worry. All hope is
It was working pretty good. One hit though, man. Ouch. One of them got by.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril.
I was made for this mission. Zombies. All the carnage, none of the guilt.
And help. There's one. Those. Those. Another one of those. Alright. Okay.
Choosing you for this mission. Alas, a champion has fallen.
Big crawler around behind me. Yes, I'm fine.
All hope is not yet lost.
Yeah, it just keeps screwing up. It's okay.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril.
I was made for this mission.
I'm just trying not to use onks.
I ain't holding back. Not anymore.
Very fresh. Sure, we'll take that.
I don't take it. That's the way.
Hey, buddy, off of my. Not on it, does it? Oh well.
Do not succumb to the chaos. There is no time to rest. More undead warriors will soon arrive. Life must prevail over death. Impressive. But can you repeat your success? Fight harder. You are of no use to me dead. I fear this struggle may be as eternal as I. Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission.
Plus 90. Plus 90 maybe? Need more time.
Alas, a champion has fallen.
Die. That was an okay run.
Do not worry. All hope is not yet lost.
Like bedtime. It's all that at the hoping to get to like round 10 without a death is what I'm trying to do. Probably could do that with Blade, honestly.
Yeah, we are. My tail, mommy. And I.
All right. Gonna keep trying.
Yep.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead.
I'm sure I'll die like instantly as magic.
The path will be fraught with peril.
I was made for this mission. Time to make the undead dead again.
The 90, 45. God damn. More moon power. I don't have life spin, so let's see how this goes.
Life must prevail over death. Alas, a champion has fallen.
Swarm from behind.
Do not worry. All hope is not yet lost.
2 hits. Taking that pathing, that was stupid. Stupid pathing.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril. I was made for this mission.
No health to begin with. Definitely need lifesteal though. At least 2 lifesteals.
Time to make the undead dead again.
Alrighty. 90. Burn ammo. Empire card. And built. Headshot multiplier. 90. Another one of those.
Life must prevail over death. Impressive. But can you repeat your success? Do not succumb to the chaos. Alas, the champion has fallen.
Come on. To be able to make him miss this back.
Do not worry. All hope is not yet lost.
Finally, like a good one. I don't know how they do it without help on him. And then without using onks for stupid mistakes.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril. I was made for this mission.
Too loud.
Time to make the undead dead again. reach your success. Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission.
I should just shoot.
Do not worry. All hope is not yet lost.
Make it past wave 5 and then I'll start using Ox to stay alive. If I die in the first 5 rounds, it just feels like a waste.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the
What are you
Dead.
doing?
End her.
You see Santa?
The path will be fraught with peril. I was made for this mission.
Just finding her voice. Don't choke yourself.
I ain't holding back. Not anymore.
Big damage now. Oh. Survive the first round.
Fight harder. You are of no use to be dead. Alas, a champion has
Or don't.
Do not worry.
One hit.
Hope is not yet lost.
Need like the 3 of the.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril. I was made for this mission. I ain't holding back. Not anymore.
Yeah.
Choosing you for this mission. Undead warriors will soon arrive. Do not succumb to the chaos. Can you repeat your success? Life must prevail over death.
Ogre throwers, kill them.
is far from over.
She's having fun. How you doing, little girly? She's up there squeaking, 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 squeaking.
Alas, a champion rise.
Stuck on the wall.
Impressive. But can you repeat your success? Do not succumb to the chaos. May be as eternal as I.
All right, time to fight Scarlet Witch. Hey, baby.
Go! Go!
Listen, buddy.
your success. Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission. Undead warriors will soon arrive. Do not succumb to the chaos. Undead warriors will soon arrive. Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission.
More damage. There's more power. Kill it. Kill these guys. Kill those guys. Oh, explosion guys, lots of them. Oh my god. we're going to have to kill both Wanda and Namor. Past these guys, sheesh. I was like instantly bubbled as soon as I come out. Like, what kind of hell is that? I have to get Namor down. He just doesn't want to drop at all. This is so scuffed. Oh my gosh. Like, seriously, it's ridiculous. Alright, that's enough of that. I don't understand why it takes so long to get Namor down. It's like it's bugged half the time. I need to check that. I need to check to see if Namor's bugged. That's annoying. That was a really good run too, until, you know, that whole debacle there.
So this is my second time playing this. fully maxed it all out, you can actually get
Quick drop.
This trick will make clearing Nightmare 4 much easier no matter what character you're using. What to do, Durag Nation? So far I've cleared Nightmare 4 difficulty 5 times, but by far the easiest runs I've had were today when I started using this one trick, which I'll break down today, as well as giving you another great build that you can use to clear. So if you got any value from this video and want more Marvel Rivals guides, Hulk smash that hype button. Happens at the start of round 1 and right before 15 to 30 of those points on the random roll. You can get some incredible drops like duplicating cards that you already pulled, getting a bunch of rare cards, and even getting repo for free. This runs go a lot smoother. I typically play Thor, which I'll link at the end, or Blade in this mode, have insanely fast clear times, and he's a lot of fun. But so many people are playing and building him wrong, and just the red card of your spin dash, therefore is nothing. But don't completely
It just seems like Namor's bugged.
So I beat, so it's really good. And the full moon path in melee range like I am here, like you can definitely keep your distance from an angle where you can cover most problems. Combined, still focusing on Wanda, but more importantly is killing the squids. You don't want to be spinning too much at this stage because you don't want to be killing the squids too fast, otherwise Namor will actually bug out. So you want to just be using your regular slash attack, making sure to kill will actually bug out. So
Namor
you want to just be using your regular slash.
So just focus on Wanda. Sheesh. It's just like, it's so annoying. I've died to that bug many times. No, well, do a quick play. Try Gambit or Jeff again. Take myself. Should take a little eye break. Let's just do that. I'll come back to it. A video or two. Oh, find something to watch. I guess we can post our midstream.
Pathetic power tripping Reddit mod? No way! What?
There are few things in life as pathetic as being a proud Reddit moderator.
No.
It's a position that attracts the most insufferable hoity-toity dweebs like moths to a flame.
Yep.
And it bestows upon them the tiniest sliver of power, just barely above like a middle school hall monitor, and somehow that
barely
immediately
above, yeah.
goes to their heads and corrupts their already ugly soul, leading to the most embarrassing meltdowns and just outrageous power
He was going off on a tangent and he had to cut it off. You see that?
trips over nothing. And this is a stereotype that's existed for a while, and it seems like
Well, it's moderators in every... Like, the problem is that these internet power positions attract people that want to tell everybody else what to do. And big surprise, everybody else doesn't want to be told what to do by a lot of the people that are in these power positions. We've had to deal with moderators like this in the past. We've unmodded them. And it's been hard to make sure that we have a team of people that don't do that.
just the truth of being a Reddit mod. Like, this is just the sad reality of the people that take up that mantle.
Yep.
They think of themselves as fucking Batman, but what they actually are is the goddamn box ghost from Danny Phantom. Anyway, though, I'm blasting that ass with some new hotness here. A brand new mod meltdown courtesy of r/art. It is a pretty fascinating one, and also not its first rodeo. The r/art subreddit's got some
How does the art subreddit have problems? What the fuck is this? Some people are ruined by the smallest amount of power. I've seen people crash out over a guild rank in a video game.
Hostile mods. So I'm going to go over the most recent one from, I think it was yesterday, and then I also want to give you a little, blast from the past from a previous instance where one of these mods went nuts. But this one I think is quite special. So what happened is there's an artist named Hayden Clay who posted his art on the subreddit. It got very popular, and in the comments he was replying to somebody asking for more information about his work, and he mentioned that, you can find my work here, and there's also some prints available too.
Let me guess. They have a rule against self-promotion, and because of the rule against self-promotion and the fact that he mentioned that he has prints, they banned him for that. That's what my guess is.
Very quick reply to a nice comment. And one of the rules of the subreddit is you can't be like self-promoting your work, so you can't be like...
You can think like a Reddit mod if you really try. You can.
Like advertising prints or anything. So because he used the word prints, it got the whole post removed. Just blasted to the shadow.
No, this came out while I was live. Don't y'all say that.
Hayden Clay was pretty upset, so he messaged the mod about it, trying to get further clarity, and maybe he could try and find a way out of this pickle here because he felt it was unjust. There you can see the comment that got him banned. I have a whole mini-series called Clear Boundaries with Prints Available. Just a very offhanded remark about having prints available, and it was removed because
I have a whole mini-series? Oh my god. So now you have to do homework in order to post on the art subreddit?
So he said, "Are you seriously banning me for giving more information on my work?" No, I banned you for
Yeah.
breaking our rules.
Oh.
But I can also remove all your old posts as well if you'd like.
Bro, just stop. It's just so weird. What's wrong with these people? What is wrong? A power trip? Yes. Oh my god.
Oh man, this guy's no nonsense, tough as nails. You don't tussle with the muscle. r/art mod. Oh brother, watch out. He's coming down with the iron fist.
Yeah, he's
This
gonna
is
let him
fucking
know.
Silly. So, like I said, the rule is like no self-promoing or whatever. Can't be mentioning where they can purchase your art or anything like that. Which he wasn't really doing. It's an offhanded reply to someone that was saying they'd like to like have the art in their office or whatever. Like it's such a stretch.
They could have just deleted the comment too. Yeah, I mean, like it's like every single you don't have to permaban every single person out of the subreddit, especially if it's a popular post. Yeah, you could have just deleted it and said, hey, you know, you can't promote that here. And like, okay, maybe that's too much. Maybe it's not. It's up to you. Right? But like permabanning and then telling him you're going to delete everything else in the past. Like, oh my God. Just relax, man.
To even have that be like a violation of their rule in the first place, it is solely because the word print is there. What an unbelievably stinky loser. This guy is working for free as the moderator of a subreddit, and he thinks he's doing the Lord's work here. He's treating himself like he's fucking Jason Bourne or something. Oh my God.
Well, they act like they have, like, this is like some sort of important position that they have, and they take it really seriously. But the reality is that they just want to use the position to tell everybody else what to do and how they should do it. That's the reason why everybody hates them. It's because they're bossy and controlling. The same reason it's crazy how almost every single one of these groups of people has the exact same criticisms of it. People just don't want to be told what to do. They don't want to get bullied and pushed around and, oh, you have to do this. You have to say this. What the fuck?
So sad. I
Jesus.
can literally smell this guy through his messaging. I already know when
That's
he typed,
bad.
but I can delete your old posts as well if you'd like.
Yeah.
I can see him doing this with his hands like some kind of fucking anime supervillain. Oh, he's such a worm. Hayden Clay responds saying, just delete the comment and move on. Sorry I mentioned the word print. And that was the straw that broke the camel.
Yeah, which is like, that's a totally reasonable thing to say. He's like, okay, whatever, my bad. All right, let's move on. And that's not good enough for them. Oh, no. No, it's never good enough.
Back, he said, your history has been removed. You're welcome. He laid the smackdown on him. He just poofed away all of his post history. And then he replied again saying, at this point, this isn't about breaking the rules. This is you having some sort of vendetta against me. My comment broke Rule 9. I get that and apologize. This reaction is overstepping boundaries.
There it is.
Which it definitely is. Worth mentioning, Hayden Clay had some...
Well, it's just stupid. It's stupid. It's overzealous. It's unnecessarily aggressive for no reason. There's no reason that should happen. Epic Chungus moment. Get owned, kid. Look at my mod power. I'm telling you, this is the way they are.
Posts that were extremely popular. Some older posts in his history. Like, I think one of them, according to Dolan Darkus, was even in the top 250 of all time for the subreddit. So having his entire history removed actually is somewhat of a big deal to an artist who has this as a means of showcasing their talent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, just to be clear, I think this rule somewhat makes sense to avoid, like, exploitation.
I think it makes sense, too. If they had deleted him and told him, hey, man, you know, we assume that you're not a bad guy, but, you know, that's technically self-promotion, so we can't let you do that. I don't think that there would be a problem. See, and this is the issue with almost everything, right? Is that there is every single time a reasonable, normal, acceptable, logical, just even-handed approach to something. But people like this are so addicted to power that they have to push it even farther. It's never enough for them to just simply tell you what to do. They have to make sure that they have the moral authority to tell you what to do. They have to patronize you about it, too. He even took accountability and apologized. Exactly, yeah.
For people coming in there solely to, like, astroturf it for their own gain or whatever. But when it comes to, like, an individual artist, having this kind of eyes on their art, this visibility is very helpful to them. So I feel like it shouldn't be something that you destroy them for solely because they mention that they could be found elsewhere.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that's something you should want to help these artists that are very talented. But on r/art, it's run like some kind of fucking cult, I suppose.
Well, the problem is that these moderators treat everybody that they interact with as if they are a bad faith retard that is to be treated like they are a second grader. And I think that the patronizing, controlling behavior that they have is just really off-putting to like an average person, because some people make mistakes and they don't necessarily know that they made a mistake. And why do you have to ban people and do that fast?
And if you step out of line, well, I hope you're ready to take the
you got banned on Reddit for that? Yeah, I wonder
down that
why.
the mods will give you. They'll take you behind the back of the bar and break your kneecaps. Metaphorically speaking, of course. I don't think they even know.
It goes way farther than, and here's the thing too, is like if you're deleting the guy's entire history for that, like that's personal. Like, cause at a certain point, like I could see the moderators just being lazy and not wanting to deal with it. But like if you're going back and deleting everything that he ever posted, that's somebody with a lot of time on their hands that's just being a nasty bitch. You're being a nasty bitch.
How to throw a punch. They'd probably break
Malicious
their own fucking
intent?
wrist
Yeah.
if they even tried to hit a heavy bag, I would imagine. But this shit is just so unbelievably foul. Like, he has done nothing wrong. He reached out asking, you know, like, what's going on? What's the deal here? He even, like, apologized and said, can you just delete the comment and we can move on? And that was enough to make the Reddit mod go even more Insano style. Like, Jesus Christ. Just check yourself into an institution, buddy. Oh, my lord. I don't even know who the fuck you are.
Oh, God. What is this? Just chill out.
Thought that line went so hard when he thought of it.
Yeah.
That's
like
some
Thanos.
major main character energy there. Oh, yeah, Hayden Clay's the one with main character energy.
Yeah, sure.
Certainly not the r/art mod who's gone through and deleted every single one of his posts. All because he had the gall, the audacity to talk to him in DMs. He dared try and speak to a mod. Don't you know they are holy, sacred icons of the Church of r/art?
Yeah, you can't criticize them. This is the problem with, like, this is the power paradox, where you have people that want to be in positions of power, but they should be nowhere near a position of power. Like, not even within the same universe, not in the same solar system of any power position. Those are the ones that are going after it the hardest, and you've got to watch out for them.
Can't just speak to them and question their decisions.
Mod
and
is
then
your
he
wife? Yeah,
says,
true.
He replies saying,
What a
the
nasty bitch.
power-hungry mod who deleted all my posts because I asked the question.
Yeah.
True. You've been reported for harassment. Have a wonderful day. Nice job making...
Oh, great. Now you're wasting the admin's time. Now you're wasting the admin's time because you don't know how to de-escalate a situation. That's great.
This sub a worse place for artists and those who enjoy it. Yeah, the mod reported him for harassment, all because he was asking a question in DMs and then just responding to having all of his shit just wiped out in the extinction event of r/art.
It's crazy.
And now he's been reported for harassment. I already know this mod. His heart was beating so fast. This was probably the most excitement he'd had since the last time he had done this. Like, I bet he was cracking open 4 Mountain Dews.
I bet that's not even true. I bet this is an obnoxious Reddit retard that's been doing this for years, and he's probably treated dozens, if not hundreds of other people just like this exact same way, and you just never heard about it because the person got their stuff deleted, they got treated like shit, and they said, fuck it, I'm just going to go make furry DeviantArt stuff instead. That's probably what I think actually happens, is that people are just like, well, this is weird, like, what the fuck? Okay, I'm not going to go on here anymore. And that's it. And you never really see the negative effects of this stuff because those people, by the fact that they just simply quietly leave, are invisible. You never really notice that. What's up with your camera's exposure? I don't know. I don't know. Looking at my I think I look great. What do you mean?
Like cracking his knuckles.
Oh, great.
Time to get to business.
Yeah.
He talked to me. Time to remove all
the mods resigned. Yes.
Also, that report for harassment led to Hayden Clay being banned site-wide on Reddit for 3 days. Pretty.
What the fuck? What the hell is Dude, we need to have an alternative for Reddit. Like, Reddit is such a horrible platform. And it's the admins that have allowed it to be horrible. It's really, like, a lot of these big subreddits, I think that there should be a higher standard of conduct for people that are running these, like, top 50 subreddits, like art, world news, stuff like that. Like, they should be accountable to an administration team or something like that, because these are the main subreddits that have gaming, etc. Yeah, like, I think that there should be some degree of oversight for that, so they're not just acting like retards, because it's just going to it's going to ruin the website. Like, effectively, Reddit just lets these people run wild, and it's like fucking Children of the Corn. You know, it's insane.
Cool system they have over there at Reddit, where one angry mod can make a complete fraudulent, bogus report of harassment, and it immediately leads to a ban for the recipient there. What should have happened is this report goes through, someone takes a look at it, they immediately recognize that this mod is unstable and should not have that position in the first place, so they strip him of his mod privileges.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would do if I was an admin. Like, if I see somebody doing that stuff and it's like, this is weird, okay, I'm just going to ban their account. This guy's an idiot.
What should have happened.
Because, like, here's the thing is that, like, all these moderators are completely expendable. Especially on these big subreddits, you can instantly find, like, 20 other people to do the same job. It's not like there's, like, this perfect thing that, oh, wow, like, well, if I'm not doing it, nobody's going to be able to do it. No, actually, I think there's plenty of people that are able to be moderators for streams.
Sublingual has a terrible,
you know, and for Reddits and stuff like that. It's
something
very
paid
possible.
for fun, that's for sure.
If that did, I bet that guy's life would have felt like it was crumbling down around him. Because if he can't enact his power on strangers on r/art, then his life has no...
Also, this is all ridiculous. Like, that is just an overly power-hungry mod that thinks he has control of everything in the world and has control of a tiny itsy-bitsy space on the internet and goes power-hungry or power-crazed. And no wonder you have all these people posting online this and that, making everything their issue. And it's like, no. Stay in your corner. Stay in r/Reddit art. Yet there still will be bots on the internet. came across this guy's X page. This is just extra cringe. Definitely want to be an anime guy, but a little out of shape for that. And they're not even like good. Girl. Some people just don't change, I guess. Oof, that's rough.
No meaning. But that is just not how Reddit functions over there at all. I remember over the years it's been kind of revealed that a large part of Reddit is controlled by a handful of these turbo losers, where it's...
Isn't it crazy how every single thing in the entire existence of humanity...
Watching that.
Because if he can't
Thank God.
enact his power on strangers on r/art,
friends, the
then his
admins.
life has no meaning. But that is just not how Reddit functions over
Mm-hmm.
there at all. I remember over the years it's been kind of revealed that a large part of Reddit is controlled by a handful of these turbo losers, where it's...
Isn't it crazy how every single thing in the entire existence of humanity exists in the exact same mechanism, where there is a handful of losers that are making all of the decisions. Most of what people want doesn't happen, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's politics, business, Reddit, a YouTube, Twitch, if it's a Warcraft guild. It's all the same everywhere.
It's like this tight-knit club of people that have absolutely nothing going on with their life, so their whole existence is dedicated to power tripping on Reddit and like controlling it like they're the puppet masters.
Yep.
And I imagine this is one of those kind of people.
Loud
because
minority,
it's pretty clear
absolutely.
that he can just report someone and immediately they're banned for it. So I have to guess that this mod is part of that group, especially when you consider that his appeal was...
The admins have sided with the mod. They gotta do something about these idiots, man. They really do.
Also denied with the admins siding with the
Yeah.
mods harassment theory here, believing that that was the
Insider
correct
site
course
must be
of
purged.
action.
That's what
he
people
needed to be
say.
banned for 3 days, all because he decided to try and ask a question to an r/art moderator. That's a sin punishable by death.
Well, and I think also there's another component to this too, which is people that are, they have these positions and they view these positions not as a responsibility, but as a opportunity, basically. And so they see themselves as being above everybody else because they have this position. And they use this position to like force their will on other people. That's what I think happens. Check the the art mod list they roached out. Good. Good. And again, this is what's going to happen. I'm glad Charlie made this video because these people deserve to be shit on. Fuck them.
On Reddit.
That's what they get.
But anyway, as a result of all of this, r/art went into like a pseudo lockdown where you couldn't submit new posts or make comments. They have since soft reopened it so you can make comments again. And of course, all the comments are probably what you're expecting, where everyone is mentioning Hayden Clay and how unfair this is, and basically calling for the resignation of this mod as if it's some kind
Mission
of like
accomplished.
legitimate position. It's not, and it's also never going to happen. He is never going to relinquish his mod privileges. It is...
Well, they did. All of the mods of the subreddit collectively quit. Absolutely unfathomably based. I love it.
Literally what he lives for, I bet. And you can kind of see that because he still replies to people that reach out about this. Like, even outside of Hayden Clay, there's people expressing their concern. So here's another r/art
We ban people who
mod
don't
classic.
follow our rules?
We ban people who don't follow our rules, for sure. Cool, but I'm more talking about the way the mod spoke to the person. They just asked a question and they got their history wiped. I'm not sure what you mean.
I'm not sure what you mean. What do you mean you're not sure what they mean?
If you look at the link I provided, you can see the conversation they showed between themselves and the mod. Or they refused to follow our rules and were removed.
But the other posts followed the rules. The other posts followed the rules. So I don't even understand this.
Okay, but like I said, their history was wiped for asking a question. Is that what you do here? I'm not clicking on your link. It's a Twitter link. I'm not sure how this can be a productive conversation if we aren't looking at the same information. And then they got muted.
Oh man, I can understand somebody not wanting to click on a link, but you could easily just provide a way that you can search it and find it on Twitter if you want somebody to actually find it. These middle-aged white women, at least in spirit, I think that these people are, again, they are bureaucratic tyrants that try to take over every apparatus they can in order to exercise their small, tiny, like fractional amount of power in their life. And that's really what happens. And it's so fucking annoying.
Pretty cool. I'm not clicking on any of your links that maybe go against what I'm trying to express here. You're out of line, Buster.
Yeah.
Get muted. Goodbye with you.
I understand.
You're not
I
welcome
wouldn't
on
click link
r/art
either.
anymore for
Makes
asking
sense.
us questions and trying to bring up concerns. We don't do that around here.
Yeah,
So that's kind of the state of r/art and mod team. And I think it's important that you know that this isn't an isolated incident. A few years back, something kind of similar.
All this happens on Reddit. It happens on Reddit subs constantly because these people want to tell everybody else what to do.
Right.
That's why they're mods. Absolutely.
Happened where one of the mods went on a bit of a wacky power trip where they had removed a post from an artist claiming that it was AI art. That artist reached out to prove that it wasn't to try and get their post reinstated. I'm the artist of the
with the ball. I remember this. Yes.
painting Amuse in Warzone. I'm here for complaining about the unfair ban, but I can give you guys the process or the PSD file of that painting. I'm not using any AI support, and that punishment is not right. Sorry for my bad English, and thank you for your time. Here's my portfolio. Take a look.
Ben Moran artist.
The r/art mod replies, I don't believe you. Even if you did paint it yourself, it's so obviously an AI-prompted design that it doesn't matter. If you really are a serious...
What a bunch of fucking losers, man.
Wow.
Oh my god.
You're amazing.
I don't know if it sealed it, but I think closing the valve made it stop. So really just need to open the outside valve up so that it does drain out. And I can actually work on it without it tripping. Because you can't really solder on wet surfaces. I was trying to cook it enough that it would just flash the vapor off and I can just keep cooling down. So I'm not sure if I got any solder in the crack or not. Just leave it. I have it closed. You can just leave it closed for now and it'll be fine. The under the sink, did that stop leaking? Have you noticed? Why? Because if anything, I'll have to do soldering on that instead of the gator fit because they're not holding it. So I tried pushing them together more and tightening up on them. Just pipes.
No, that's just my question.
No, there's no way it can be linked unless like we're really over pressurizing the lines, which we're not. So. Lines, yeah. They're meant to expand, and sometimes, especially when they freeze and it gets cold, it expands too much. I mean, if I'm going to do anything, I'll replace the lines under the sink with PVC or something. Or the polyurethane hoses, the red and the blue ones. Very easy to switch out and whatnot. And they don't burst very easy. Yeah, they can be. Yeah, hopefully it stops leaking. I don't want to pay an extraordinary bill.
Good job. That was amazing.
I love soldering. It's just not easy to do when you have to lean across everything. Cookie.
Where are these losers coming from? Jesus. Fucking stupid. It's embarrassing, man.
Artist, then you need to find a different style because A, no one is going to believe when
Push the wrong button. So yeah, two Minnesota Democrat state representatives were pepper sprayed for interfering with an ICE raid in St. Paul. Good. Just fat. Back to that old video. Sorry.
It is so pathetic. Whoever is responsible for this shit here.
Yeah.
It is unbelievable to me how often this seems to happen with Reddit mods. Like, this stereotype has existed for a long time about being like this sad, lonely loser who power trips as a Reddit mod. And yet, it keeps happening over and over
Everyone
and
resigned.
over
Good.
again.
Fuck
There
'em.
is no self-awareness and no fucking shame from some of these Reddit mods.
Well, because they think that they're like, because Reddit mods do have to deal with annoying stuff sometimes, right? It's true.
Sometimes.
And so they think that because of that and because they're not getting paid, well, you get what you pay for, right? And so you have a power-hungry, fat loser that's sitting there trying to tell everybody else, you know, what art styles are acceptable to them that are allowed on their subreddit. And I think that this is, again, it goes back to what I was saying, like, you're a steward of the community. You need to be serving the community. You are not a person who's there to bully other people around, tell everybody else what to do. That's not your job. Your job, good moderation, is invisible.
Yep.
People don't notice whenever things are well moderated, but they do notice whenever they're badly moderated. Whether they're being ignored or whether they're just simply being over moderated. So that should be your job. Your job should be that nobody knows your name. Nobody thinks about you. You are just simply doing your job off in the corner, and nobody's worried about it. People want power and money? Well, they're not getting any money. They're retarded for free.
It's tragic. What? It's just so stupid, man. Unreal. Anyway, that's about it. See ya.
Wow. The r/art mod crash out. I'll link you guys the video. It's a Charlie video. Make sure to give it a like and give it a sub if you haven't already. 17 million subs. That's a lot. And Asmon the Luminescent. Yeah, it's I don't know why. Like, it's the sun. I just have the window open and the light just shines on my face, right? Check the Reddit mod now. Okay, all right, let's find it. So let's see how they're doing right now. Okay, so we have the art subreddit. Here we go. And let's see where we're at. Community highlights, we out. Okay, what about new? So wait a minute. There's nothing that's been posted at all? Oh, request to post. So you can't even post on the subreddit anymore. All right, so this is the most recent post right here. What are people saying? Locked post. So which is the dog shit mod? So sad that the power-hungry mods destroyed this subreddit. Most won't be much of a sub left to moderate the longer this goes unaddressed and gets found out. I'm a professional graphic designer, and I never ventured here, and I never will. Going to the same path as r/no sleep. I don't know what that is. See you in the how r/art got canceled YouTube video. How about that? Wow. We have ourselves a prophet. That's amazing. And this is crazy. No, seriously, what happened to the subreddit? Post being deleted and no comments on it. So this guy didn't even know what the fuck happened. Everything is deleted. This is deleted. This comment is deleted. That's deleted. Print. This is deleted. That's deleted. This comment's deleted. Everything else is deleted. This is deleted. Comment removed by moderator. Comment's been removed. Comment's been removed by moderator. Deleted. Comment's been removed. Comment's been removed. Comment's removed. 14 moderators. There's 13 of you capable of agreeing that the grievance of one of you censoring art is enough to disallow you from moderating art. Saying the words moderating art in my head is just making me sit back and go, wow, that concept is fucking dumb. Yeah, it is. Nice. Are the prints available for purchase? Man. Would make a good print. Oh, God. This is their own personal 9. I want to let you guys know that their Thanksgiving is now ruined because of this. You understand this? This is ruined some of their subreddit. This has ruined their Thanksgiving. This subreddit stuff. Gotta love the backlash. Yeah, nobody nobody wants to be told what to do and like micromanaged by a bunch of weird power tripping Reddit mods. It's just cringe. It's massively fucking cringe. So yeah, oil prints are not welcome on art. That's racist. Oh shit, really? I didn't know that. Print? This guy, print LOL. Oh God. He just sitting there making them mad. Lovely piece of work. Do you do prints? Oh, wow. Read 2 down. Where is it here? I don't know which one it is. But, yep, there we go. Nice. Are prints available? Prints available for purchase. Permaban, all that comes mods there. Yep. Seeing this art moderators. This is embarrassing. It really is. You know what? I don't even know what to say, man. You show off his art to stream. It's actually sick. Let me see if I can find it. Hayden Clay. What is this? What the fuck? This is like the beginning of fucking, what's that movie? What's that thing with the dude with the hands? Johnny Silverhand. No. Fucking Johnny Scissorhands? Edward Scissorhands. There it is. Edward Scissorhands. I got it. Yeah, it's not fucking... Johnny Silverhand. That's what I was thinking. It's the wrong one. Yeah, Edward Scissorhands. Yeah, something like that, right? And Johnny Depp. Yeah. Holy shit. Okay, that's yeah. I remember that shit. Yeah, old. Yeah. Right. Strange Cloud. So this is the guy that got all of his shit deleted. Well, W for him. I'll link you guys his post, right, and his website. So yeah, I mean, give him some support. You want to follow him or anything like that? Another victim of mentally ill, controlling, overbearing, patronizing, nasty, obnoxious Reddit moderators that are just, it's so obnoxious, man. This is what happens whenever you're a pretentious prick. Yep, that's right. That's what you fucking get, man. Read the comment stickied on fascist fucking pig. What is this here? To see what they were allowing. What's this here? If I can find it. I don't know really if this is a new one. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is some other random fucking post. Again, are you going to try to tell me that a lot of the people that made these posts here, are actually just a bunch of random, like, it's like a bunch of like abstract political statements and like cringe things like that? Because I would easily, instantaneously believe you with that. So yeah, and it's just nuts, man. R/art mods are walking DSM-5 bingo cards. Yeah, and it seems like some of these guys are going to get a blackout, right? And so that's the way it goes, guys. I don't feel so bad about being banned from Am I the Asshole? Oh, these people are fucking morons, man. Like, Reddit moderators are like a separate species of human being. Like, how they had like Cro-Magnons and Neanderthals? Well, they'd be the third one that you never even heard of because it didn't evolve. That's pretty much it. Yeah, and the third one, subhuman. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of saying, right? I mean, a little bit. That's a little bit what it is. Not. All right, it's starting.
To the Winter OTK Games
Okay.
Expo. I'm Obly, joined by EE and Bruce Green, and we are excited to share another.
Update.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. My name is Matt Morris. Right now we are live on Rumble at Matt Morris TV as well as YouTube on Matt Morris TV. Ladies and gentlemen, The Democrats, the far left, they have spent the last 11 months saying that President Trump's ICE raids, as well as his National Guard deployments in Washington, D.C., for instance, are both unconstitutional, unlawful, and illegal. That he has no right to do these things. Likewise, they've been saying that President Trump and all of his supporters are Nazis, fascists, threats to democracy, as are all the military personnel who are following his orders. Nazis, fascists, threats to democracy. Then, as if the rhetoric wasn't bad enough, 5 days ago, 6, count them up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 senior ranking Democrats in this country at the highest level they possibly can be. 4 of them in the House of Representatives, 2 in the Senate, released an incredibly manufactured, premeditated, coordinated video, very scripted video, in which they told all 6 of them, active duty U.S. military personnel, that they don't have to follow President Trump's, quote, unlawful orders. They didn't clarify or specify what those unlawful orders are or what they might be. In fact, none of them have been able to give an answer as to what those orders might be. Ultimately, they attempted to insert themselves directly between President Trump and the U.S. military, as well as various other members in the intelligence apparatus, to make everyone in the military question the legality of President Trump's orders to erode the chain of command within the U.S. military at an incredibly sensitive time. We've got troops in the field right now in numerous places across the world, as you all know. And worst of all, this is perhaps what is most sick about it, they attempted to portray active duty U.S. military personnel that are following President Trump's orders as being complicit or co-conspirators in the evil fascist President Trump's evil fascist regime. And so, as a result of all of this just insane, disgusting, anti-American, subversive rhetoric, in just the last 18 months alone, not even 2 years, we have all of us Americans have been made forced to witness not 1, but 2 assassination attempts against President Trump. One assassination attempt of which came just half an inch away from blowing his brains out on live TV. We've also seen assaults against ICE officers skyrocket in the last 11 months by over 1,200%. 1,200% increase in assaults against ICE officers. We are right now seeing sitting Democrat congressional representatives facing federal charges for assaulting ICE officers themselves outside of the New Jersey ICE detention facility. In the last couple months, we have seen a shooting at one ICE facility, one illegal alien detention facility, as well as one Border Patrol facility. Shootings at these facilities. We've also been made to watch the Charlie Kirk assassination, and then following the Charlie Kirk assassination, we've all been forced to watch, every member of the far left, celebrate this young man's death. Brutal and disgusting as it was. And now today, National Guardsmen are getting gunned down in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., 2 blocks away from the White House. Our brave, heroic National Guardsmen, our active duty military personnel, are getting gunned down and shot in the face 2 blocks away from the White House, 6 or 7 blocks away from the Capitol building. And so if you didn't hear the news, just earlier today, 2 National Guardsmen were shot in the head about 3 hours ago. Potentially killed. Right now, they are in critical condition. If you are the type of person that prays, if you believe in the power of prayer, today is probably a good day to do that. Because frankly, they might not make it. Like I said, they're in critical condition. And so, folks, today, we're going to have one hell of a show. We have a lot to talk about. First off, I want to go through everything that has happened today over the last couple hours. I want to get a grip on the current situation. I want to try to make sense of where we currently stand right now, everything that has unfolded over the last couple of hours. And we're going to go through all of it piece by piece. Then we're going to talk about why this violence seems to keep on happening. It seems like the violence is becoming more and more increasingly frequent. We're going to talk about why, the type of rhetoric that leads to this violence. And then we're also going to talk about the mainstream media's response to what has gone on today, as well as the Democrats' response. Senior ranking Democrats, in fact.
If
Their
they weren't
response
there,
to
this
what
would have
has
never happened.
gone on
Okay,
today.
well, if this dude wouldn't have been
And so,
illegally
folks,
in the
today is
country, it
going
would
to
have never
be
happened. Let's go back further.
one hell of a show. If you are new, please make sure to like. Please make sure
Oh,
to
an hour.
subscribe.
Sorry. I thought it was only like a couple minutes long. Yeah, for some reason it went over there. Let's change it. Just kidding. More rails. Alright, can't damage any more squids too quick.
Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her.
Or else he bug. So focus on her.
I was made for this mission. I ain't holding back. Not anymore.
Choosing you for this mission. champion has fallen. Do not
Got myself into that corner.
all hope is not yet lost. You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her.
Eli.
The path will be fraught with peril.
I was made for this mission.
Just kept fighting.
I ain't holding back. Not anymore.
Choosing you for this mission. Champion has fallen.
Wasn't the run. It wasn't the run.
All hope is not yet lost.
I didn't play very much of this. I'm actually still enjoying zombies. I didn't even beat, I beat it with Thor. I need to do Blade. Probably try Blade if this doesn't work out after the next couple runs. Trying to get the right cards. Blade, you just
Time to make the undead dead again.
has incapacity, headshot, yep. Okay. Some more of those. Heck yeah to that. No. No life yet though, huh? A lot of damage. All right.
Fight harder. You are of no use to me dead. from over. Do not succumb to the chaos. More undead warriors will soon arrive. Life must prevail over death. Can you repeat your success? Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission.
Oh,
Alas, a champion has fallen. eternal as I. Do not succumb to the chaos. Alas, a champion has fallen. Rise, my fist of vengeance. The battle has only just begun. success. Fight harder. You are of no use to be dead. Choosing you for this mission.
Go, kiddo.
Impressive, but can you repeat your success? Do not succumb to the chaos.
That's a bull crap. Oh.
All hope is not yet lost.
Do one run on Blade and see how that goes.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end.
Moonlight never fades, and neither do I. At least these freaks ain't got fangs.
Love you. Get some sleep. Happy almost Thanksgiving.
Will soon arrive. choosing you for this mission. Taste cold steel. Slice and dice. Taste cold steel. Taste cold steel. Fought well, but the war is far from over. Life must prevail over death. Taste cold steel. I'm cutting in. I'm cutting in. Taste cold steel. I'm cutting in. Taste cold steel. I'm cutting in. Taste cold steel. I'm cutting in.
Or staggering.
I fear this struggle may be as eternal as I.
Slice and dice.
success.
Damage. Range. Explodey guys.
Do not worry. All hope is not yet lost.
When the president tweets as if he has the authority to terminate temporary protected status
He
for
does.
Somalis in Minnesota.
Maybe because he's the head of the executive branch, which issued the temporary protection status in the first place. And if it's temporary, then by definition, he can revoke it at any time as the president. Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump is taking back the Somali Republic of Minneapolis. In other words, Batman's taken Gotham back from the Joker and giving it back to Harvey Dent before he became Two-Face, the Swedish, and all the reasonable people who settled in Minneapolis. So currently, the agencies in the Department of Homeland Security have been increasing the heat on Minneapolis. In fact, yesterday morning, dozens of protesters, I don't know why we're calling them protesters, they're insurrection eagles, and peacefully resettle them back to their country of origins and uphold federal
White liberal women.
assault men and women that serve our country. But guess what? They did their job anyways. They didn't let anything stop them. Look at that. You're gone. Back to where you came from. Back to sender in Jesus' name. And that brings us to this presidential election, who is now Kristi Noem's advisor at the Department of Homeland Security, revealed this to Benny Johnson.
But I think in the coming days and weeks, this is clearly a major story that requires intervention to fix the problem. And so I don't want to get too far in front of this thing, but if you're doing something illegally and you're in that community and you're in that state, I would recommend you self-deport. Go to the CBP Home app and get the hell out of the country.
Really quickly, since we're on the topic, I wasn't planning on asking about this, but in the first administration, since moved on to consulting and whatever, but they said that there is bona fide proof that Ilhan Omar committed fraud and multiple layers of fraud, and that Ilhan Omar was in fraudulent marriages, and that she was trying to do end around immigration policies and so on. Anyway, it's practically a meme at this point. The president posts about it quite often. Is DHS ever going to like do a proper proper investigation into this, or should we ever expect anything like Ilhan Omar to ever have to answer to these allegations?
On a potential investigation, because it'll probably put me in the jackpot and I get in enough trouble on my own when I'm on your show. I will say I don't want to get out in front of an investigation. I do know, as you have again articulated, there's been a lot of concern and consternation about some of the stories that have been out in the public. Some of them, as you know, obligation to go and investigate any potential crime and make sure that if you are committing crimes in this country, you're held accountable. Because as we've heard many times, when Donald Trump was being investigated, nobody is above the law. Not Adam Shifty Schiff. Nobody, not Ilhan Omar. Nobody's above the law, so we're going to apply the law equally to everybody.
Good.
Ooh, there you go, ladies and
Good,
gentlemen.
good.
I'm glad he didn't go into too much detail about the coming surge of federal law enforcement in that imperative that they investigate Ilhan Omar. I happen to believe all those allegations. She's one of those race activists in the streets, but getting colonized in the sheets. My doorbell just rang, and you know what that means? My chicken is here. Yes! God, just give him the wisdom to start selling Kool-Aid too, Lord. The blacks need it. Anyways, here's Ilhan Omar panicking about what President Trump is about to do.
I think I want to speak to a few things. One, I want to speak to what Trump has tweeted and what it means for those of us who call this incredible important. It is
Her voice is so annoying.
that we are led by a president who does not understand the laws of this land.
You're saying Trump doesn't understand the laws of this land? Oh, my blood is boiling from such a lie. There was a recent mayoral election in Minneapolis, and Omar Fateh, the Somali version of Mamdani, another radical deranged socialist, ran against the incumbent mayor Jacob Frey, and everyone expected him to win. You have a deranged Jewish Democrat on momentum. But you know why he lost? It's not because there weren't enough Somalians to vote for him. It's because he's from a different clan, a different tribe in Somalia. And so people from the opposing tribe didn't vote for him in Minneapolis. Why are they bringing this here? In that instance, it worked for our good because we can do without Omar Fateh as governor of a great city in the Midwest. But why bring Somalia's clan warfare here? Do they not understand that you now vote for people based on their politics and not anything else? It seems if anyone doesn't know the law of the land, it's you wretch.
When the president tweets as if he has the authority to terminate 10 little kids in 8th grade, know that that is not an authority that the president has and can wield.
Maybe because he's the head of the executive branch, which issued the temporary protection status in the first place. And if it's temporary, then by definition, he can revoke it at any time as the president. It doesn't matter who the previous president was, by the way.
Temporary status protection for Somalis expires March of 2026, and anyone with that status has 60 days after for it to have any impact on them.
So hold on, Ilhan, are you advising them to deport themselves? Because the impact is Trump's going to round them up and put them on a plane and send them back to Somalia.
And so if you are confused, if you feel threatened, know that the law is on your side and our...
But it's her insulting Trump, of course.
The other unlawful thing that our lawless president is claiming to do so is to terminate that status for only one state, which he has no authority to do so.
He has authority to do so.
For the 300 or so people that are impacted, that currently live in Minnesota and across the country, we see you and we stand with you, and we will make sure we do everything that we can to help make sure that your status is adjusted before March of 2026.
And who controls that department? Kristi Noem. Donald Trump. He wants to juice up the base and give him some hope, but it's not going to work, Ilhan. Before I go into my Chick-fil-A here, here's the mayor of St. Paul reacting to the recent raid.
On scene, providing little coordinated advance so that we knew where they were going and what they were planning on doing.
They didn't tell you because you would have tried to stop it. Duh. I liked what the police chief said, though.
I understand that are not doing immigration enforcement, but we do have a responsibility to make sure that laws aren't broken in our city.
That was a respectable response. So in September, the DHS launched Operation Twin Shield, a large-scale immigration fraud investigation in the Twin Cities, aligned with Executive Order 14161, protecting the United States from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats. So I think they've been preparing for this for a long time, gathering all the necessary information, because federal agents launched another operation in St. Paul starting yesterday. So this winter is going to be a cold one. Charts like this are outrageous. Out of the ethnicities that Israelis are close second. They're not doctors, lawyers, and engineers contributing greatly to American success. They're here to suck up resources and commit large-scale fraud in the communities they're in. Stephen Miller absolutely nailed it on the Democrats' real strategy with importing all these people into communities like Minneapolis.
Why are they engaged in all this? What is their objective here? It's the Somalification of America. In other words, when you see the state of Somalia, that's what they want for America at the end of the day, because it's easier to rule over an empire of ashes than it is for the Democratic Party to rule over a functioning. How powerful the Democrat Party became in Minnesota once they flooded it with 100,000 Somalians.
Absolutely. Minnesota used to be a swing state. Now it's permanently blue for that very reason.
Once the elections were decided, right, by clan rivalries and ethnic feuds, once that happened, the Democrat Party became permanently powerful in Minnesota. They became permanently powerful in the Twin Cities. That's their model for America, to make the whole country into a version of Somalia. And everything they do gets down to that.
Well said by Miller. It's quintessential that the Trump administration goes all the way in. They leave no fraud cases, whether it's COVID fraud with the loans or healthcare fraud with these fake companies being created to siphon off tax dollars that we see in the Twin Cities at the hands of Somalian immigrants. They've been here for decades. They just won't assimilate, which is a problem. You know, if Somalians were known for their hard work and their ability to absorb the culture of the countries they moved to, then whenever Somalians moved into any neighborhood in the United States, we would say, wow, amazing, Somalians are here, yeah! But that's not how it goes. They move into places and change everything. And it's like we have to accommodate them instead of them assimilating. I'm not a cruel person. I know a lot of these kids turn out to be the way they are because of the environment they grew up in. If they were raised on different values, they would have those different values. And I hope the Somalian communities in the United States get a wake-up call. No one likes them. Even the leftists in Minneapolis don't like them because they diluted the leftist vote. Liberals there don't like that. They'll never say it, but I'm sure they're thinking to themselves, yeah, this is some BS. So I hope the Somalian people have a widespread metacognition, just reflecting on who they are and what they want to be and how they want to be viewed. Because obviously there's something wrong with the way Somalia was for you, and that's why you fled here. So don't bring Somalia to America. Please, in Jesus' name. Thank you all very much for watching.
People fleeing their countries is they're fleeing something evil, and then you get here and they're trying to like establish a caliphate. Like, seriously? Oh, but they weren't doing it right. They did it all wrong. Oh, well. Too late. You're in America now. Assimilate.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Freedom's an... I was always meant to be a
daggers
soldier.
and your soul sword, we can handle anything they throw our way. Our foes would be wise not to underestimate us. They will. They always do. Just because we're young, pretty, and female. That's their final mistake.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Follow me. Namor's got to with this. Seriously. After whatever sick cave you crawled out of.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
No!
I never stayed down. Not quite ready for action. Stand down.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Behold that child!
Ready, partner? Alright.
World! Shield fall!
I unleash the Vishanti's power!
With you!
Sorry, soldier. I'll be shipshape in no time.
Just like give Cap a little bit of a damage boost. He was still alive.
All right.
Come, my minion!
Let's dance. Damn it, never fall!
Keep up the momentum.
partner.
David never falls!
Kevin! Fall!
The fat lady isn't singing yet. Ready, partner? Two's better than one, I guess. Let's go, Bucky. I hope this little I'll be ship-shape in no time. Coming through.
By the eye of Agamotto!
I unleash the Vishanti power. Coming through. That's the boost I needed. Enemy in front of us. Don't know how you did that trick, Steven, but I'm impressed. Stand down! Another shield. Thanks. You got my number. War on Earth has Namor done.
Us against the world!
Coming through.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Coming through. Let's go, Bucky. Do your work. Unleash the Vishanti power.
Only 60 seconds left.
Hostile forces incoming. Coming through.
For the soul sword.
Catch. I'll be ship-shape in no time.
We will stand with you! Child!
Another epic victory! Big win!
Get a single kill with cap charge. Come on. Side port. I don't want that. But got some damage out. 300 more. Only it would, then she'd actually be viable. I want these costumes, not those ones, these ones. One's mag one. I have enough for just mag, but I want the Gambit one too. So I need 900 more points. I'm gonna go pee up back. Pee up the top. Alright. Keep it one still laying underneath my desk. Here. I'll move the tea jug out of the way so you can sit in the chair next Yeah, definitely.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Really, Groot. Like Penny, but they probably will ban Penny on the next one. I'll see. What am I seeing here? Spider-Man's a waste of a ban, but okay.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
But it's hard.
Round 1.
I proudly wear the X, even when it clashes with my ensemble.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Start with everything. But when man plans, the gods laugh.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Rejuvenation would be nice. That was fine, but thank you.
Look up behind you.
Maximum pulse!
Look up behind you.
I suppose that helps.
Better stop that vehicle.
Ruthless, Psylocke. Just the
Checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. Friends, gather around. Us against the world.
mental domination. I suppose that helps.
Disappear. Better stop that vehicle. Shields up. A little help, please. Stop them. Just restarting.
Maximum pulse!
Don't count us out yet.
Thanks for the shield.
Damn well.
This is gonna hurt. Us against the world.
What a disgrace.
We're back in action. Friends, gather around.
Maximum pulse!
Time! We're better when we work together. I'm counting on you, friends. This is gonna hurt. Whoever they are, they don't look friendly. Sisters restoring.
Leave them to consume! Here's how you
Disappear! Fighters get the job done. You got my back. Mine's in place. No goodies, mine's in place. We're better when we work together. And that's how we do it. I'm counting on you, friends.
How refreshing.
You stop them in their tracks. This is gonna hurt.
More foes to conquer.
Time for some fireworks. Us against the world! I know that sound. We're better when we work together. Double KO! Mine's in place.
Frank's doing what he does best.
Now I'm confident.
I'm opening a portal.
Mine's in place. Stop them in their tracks. Thanks for the shield.
Maximum pulse!
It's spider time! Perfect hit, Spider! You're up, little one.
Too much damage.
This is gonna hurt. You stop them in their tracks.
So long.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud.
Who needs four when you've got one like me? Freedom's an idea that will never die.
Wind, cloud, and storm. Hear my command.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Round 2.
I will never allow Krakoa to suffer the same fate as Genosha.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You and me, Spectre, we're two of a kind. I'm not nearly as heartless as you, Castle. That's not it. We're alike because we both know there are some problems that can only be solved by force.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is real firepower!
Maximum pulse!
How did that miss? Come on.
cannot be quelled. Maximum pulse!
Grow up. Get that vehicle moving again.
I feel like myself again. You need not fear. You cannot hurt me.
They both had all.
I shall not be removed so easily.
Only 60 seconds left. Reach the weaver to save the web. Strong together. Down to 30 seconds. Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Blindsided!
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I feel like myself again. You are under my protection. You cannot hurt me. You shall not be harmed. Do not expect me to do that again.
Don't let it get in your way. Only 60 seconds left.
You need not fear. I feel like myself again. Maximum!
Us against the world. Down to 30 seconds. Us against the world. Oh, they're so sparkly.
I'm opening a portal. I'm doing this my way.
Disappear. Final 10 seconds.
Maybe I'll blow the heck up. Oh no, I'm a fifth row.
Final score 2-3.
Buns.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Buns, buns, buns. They And she was literally pressing W into the enemy team. 85% accuracy. Wow. Emma's kind of hard to shoot around, though. Unfortunately, she's always right up in your face. Mantis just. I agree for that point anyway, but. No more healing. Huh. Must have made it back through my portal. How quick I died. That's fine. Chrono shielded. Oh. I don't know. Grinding. If not, maybe we'll play some League of Legends for a change. That would be weird, huh? Never play League. That sucked.
Candy
Oh,
Owens
great.
is supposed to be in hiding, right? She's not supposed to be doing her show, which she told us she's going to be taking a break this week. She wanted us to believe that she was taking this break because she's in hiding currently. She's in hiding from doing her. She's still on the case of who killed Charlie Kirk. The latest theory is that the 13th Legionary Brigade, or the France's legionaries, right, responsible for killing Charlie Kirk. It just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it? Like the web of lies get bigger and bigger. And I think Candy Owens is insane enough to actually do a false assassination attempt on herself. I think she's really, next thing that she starts to do is to do the whole Jessie Smollett thing of acting as if someone actually hates the color of your skin, and then it comes out that it was all faked, because this is what happens when you cry wolf, right? You act a certain way, you claim a certain thing, and then people start to realize and piece things together and go, hey, was they crazy enough to do that? And I was watching a Tim Pool podcast, which I'll make another video about that. But Hotep Jesus was talking about how the majority of Americans, and please don't take offense to this, because I know that many of my audience members, if you're watching me, it means that you actually have a reading level above, let's say, fifth grade, but not Imhotep Jesus in the Tim Pool episode was saying, which turns out to be relatively true, according to the internet. Like, that is actually insane. And the vast majority of people
Sad.
that watch Candy Owens don't really have much going on upstairs. They're easily led, easily persuaded by a woman that knows exactly how to persuade them. You say the most provocative thing on the face of the any more than they have to. It just takes it on face value. Yes, Candy, what you're saying, it's true. Except it's not true, is it? She's lying to you. She's gaslighting you. She's a psychopath and a narcissist. I've said that a number of times. And Han Shaughnessy was the one that posted this. It went nuts. There's lots of people that were actually going, well, yes, this is like, she's as crazy to do this. She's going to stage an assassination attempt. We all can see it, right? And Tinashe Peter goes, bookmark this message. She is insane enough to do it. Yeah. Now, I want to mention something because Brandon Tatum, who I was very disappointed about his take regarding saying that he is convinced that Candy Owens actually has evidence. He's convinced. How is he convinced? He hasn't seen any evidence and he hasn't asked her for any evidence. And on the next end, he's going, I have asked her to send it to me through a more secure source. So what is it, Brandon? Is it you haven't asked her, or have you? A next says that he has regard Brandon Tatum, who I was very disappointed mention something because Brandon Tatum, who I was very disappointed about his take regarding saying that he is convinced that Candy Owens convinced, even though he's seen no proof of it whatsoever. So on one hand, he says that he hasn't seen any evidence and he hasn't asked her for any evidence. And on the next end, he's going, I have asked her to send it to me through a more secure source. So what is it, Brandon? Is it you haven't asked her, or have you asked her? And that's what I don't like about these people. It's just like, you need to get your facts straight. You need to get your story straight. It seems like you're reeling a little bit. Why are you reeling? And then he wanted to say all the time, but he actually brought up something that I thought was interesting. And Brandon was going, well, why are you lying? Because you haven't seen everything that I've said. Fair enough. But on one hand, Evan, and this just shows you how he said, I haven't asked for her evidence. Anyway, let's watch Brandon actually say it. Have a watch of this.
I'll say this because it's not verified. I don't have any verifiable evidence. Candace didn't show me verifiable evidence, but she did say that she had it. And I have not asked her for the evidence because I have to do it on a secure platform, which is the CEO and I was talking about it, helping them develop it. And that's Freedom Stand. And I have verifiable evidence. Candace
said, I haven't asked for her evidence. Anyway, let's watch Brandon actually say it. Have a watch.
Evidence. Candace didn't show me verifiable evidence, but she did say that she had it. And I have not asked her for the evidence because I have to do it on a secure platform, which is the secure platform that I've invested in and I believe in. The CEO and I was talking about it, helping them develop it, and that's Freedom Chat. And I told Candace yesterday, don't text me this stuff on the cell phone. Send it to me on Freedom Chat where it's encrypted, and we can have a conversation without the government putting their fingers in it. So, I made sure that before I ever endorse or support anybody making claims like that, I need to look at it. I looked at the technology and everything, and I know it's encrypted, and therefore we can have a private conversation. All right, y'all. So this is preliminary information. I don't have all the information. Candace haven't dropped it. I'm sure I don't know how much she can give. If she were to give this to the FBI, which she's told me that she notified them, this is probably a matter under investigation. She probably can't even divulge all the stuff, but we shall see. But comment in the comment section. Let me know if you think this is real, if you think it's not real, if you think this Candace is on to something.
Okay, says, I have not asked her for the evidence. Send it to me on Brandon, to you actually going, I haven't asked her for the evidence. But yet now you're going, send it to me on Freedom Chat. So you have asked her. You have asked her. Just send it to me
he's
over a
asking
secure
for a
line.
conversation on Freedom
And
Chat,
to my
not to
knowledge,
have
at
the
the moment,
information
she
sent.
hasn't sent it.
Hmm.
And I'm pretty sure Brandon's family is quite close. This is more than just a disagreement, man.
No, I don't.
This is well beyond just a disagreement. You have someone in your close
She's a wolf.
proximity that you claim to love that is claiming that a country, not
That's
just one,
psychotic.
but two countries are threatening to assassinate her. Not just that, they paid to have it done and
Mhm.
has provided no evidence whatsoever. She says to you that she has the evidence, and you're going, I'm convinced that she wouldn't lie to me. But, mate, why are you
She lies
convinced that she
all
wouldn't
the
lie to you?
time.
Because she's your friend?
No,
When
she
the
lies
last
all the
couple of
time.
times you on trigonometry, on several other podcasts, you have been criticizing her and all the conspiracy theories. So look, she may be your friend, but she ain't a very good friend by the looks of things if she is willing to throw you under the bus and not
Mhm.
even give. Actually has had people
I'm
plot
sure she's
to
got death.
assassinate her.
I'm almost positive she's got
So
death.
what is it,
I don't
Brandon?
know about assassination.
Like I said in
Or plot.
yesterday's video, I was very disappointed in your take.
No,
And
but
someone on X,
she doesn't know now.
and
She
thank
knows.
you for sending it to
Comment.
me because I wasn't aware of it. Because I'm like, well, he didn't say that he hadn't seen the evidence in that
Okay,
clip,
2 more
and in
shorts
this clip,
uploaded to YouTube.
he does say
Okay.
people haven't actually picked up on the fact that he said that he didn't ask for it, but that he did. And so, what are we supposed to think? What are we supposed to believe? And then Brandon goes, here is the full video, which you guys just saw. Well, people may not realize Candace Owens is not a social media influencer to me. Candace Owens is still a really good friend of mine. I still love her to death, even though we disagree on a few things. I know she disagrees with me. We disagree. Friends can disagree. I agree with that. Friends are more than capable of disagreeing. It were to be known and fact that my life or their life was being threatened, I know for a fact the first thing that I would do is send them the actual threats along with sending it to the police. Because that's kind of important information that you want your friends to know about, do you not? Why hide it from your friends? What is the reason for you hiding the evidence that is a bombshell evidence that you're more than happy to put online, except with zero evidence, just a provocative statement? What is the point of you hiding it from your actual friends, your close friends? You think, okay, this is in my brain doing critical thinking. If you want support from your friends that have massive audiences like yourself, wouldn't it make sense that you have that some people have been paying and plotting to assassinate you? And it's verified evidence, not just because you said it, but because it's actually verified. Wouldn't it make more sense to have more people support it and go, I have seen the evidence, it is real, I can verify it myself too? But no, she hasn't done that at all. Has not done that. She's kept it to herself, hasn't she? What is the point of that? Just a provocative statement. Even
No,
Brandon's
just like
going,
making a statement.
send it to me over on the secure line, on Freedom Chat. And don't you think the first thing that Brandon Tatum would do, having seen the supposed evidence, is tell everyone on X and tell everyone, I have seen the evidence, it is real, this thing is serious. And you can't tell me, oh, she's been busy. No. It's a little bit sus to me, isn't it? So it's not just about friends disagreeing. It's so much more than that. And keeping in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that she pulled her show. She canceled her show this week. She wanted us all to think that she was in hiding and that the French government or the Israeli government got what they wanted, trying to silence her. But she hasn't. Shut up. She hasn't. She's on X, for goodness sake. And she's writing this at 11:16 p.m. Seems like a reasonable time to be on X writing up conspiratorial narratives, right? Has the press done its part and asked the White House and Lee Elysie's palace whether there were any French legionaries on the ground at UVU on 9/10. Seems like a pretty straightforward thing to confirm or deny. So once again, the same playbook she's playing. I'm going to pull this card. The media needs to do their job and they need to investigate. Guess what? The media has probably investigated and found absolutely nothing. Like the article they wrote about you the other day saying you're crazy. You're being roasted online for being a crackpot. So why in the world, just because you are claiming to be the #1 podcaster in the world based off of Charlie Kirk's death, that's the only reason why you are the #1 podcaster in the world who pulls her show off air for a fake threat. Sure, that's what you want us to believe, right? If they have the audacity to lie on record, it will be good for humanity. We need to see how deep this thing goes. I agree. How deep does it go, Candy?
Do not.
Do you think that she is writing this herself? Like her brain is that broken? Or do you think that it's like some thing she's writing in ChatGPT and saying, make this sound like, give me plausible deniability and make this sound as crazy as you possibly can make it? Yeah. What do you guys think? Cinema Shogun goes, breaking for months, Candace Owens has been making outlandish claims about Charlie Kirk's assassination. For many people, her bogus claims are legitimized by the fact that dozens of big influencers on X are constantly sharing her posts and clips for her podcast. However, yesterday, something weird was exposed. Most of the big accounts promoting Candace Owens all have the same new sponsor, a sports betting scam app run by Pakistan. Makes sense? Let's work for the Muslims. Some of it, some of these people are accepting money to promote an overseas sports betting scam to their audience. What other scams would they promote to their audiences for money? Would they pretend to believe Candace Owens so they can make money from her and her audience? Damn straight. That's what it seems like to me. It's all rage bait. People comment on it. People, and I've been guilty of this because they're dingbats and I cannot stand lying dingbats, right? It's all feeding into the algorithm, boosting them because they know. Say a provocative thing. Let's do the Candace Owens playbook. Let's make it out like she said something she hasn't actually said. She's confirmed read receipt, which basically means they've probably read it and done nothing with it. Is it just a coincidence that every large account promoting Candace Owens is also promoting a scam? I think not. Remember, folks, Candace Owens doesn't believe in coincidences. Oh, yes. Especially if that coincidence is her making it. Now, I want to show you this woman because Morgan Ariel claims to be a Christian, right? One of the biggest dingbat influencers on X. And this just shows you like the whole provocative narrative and how stupid they really are. Making money is Jewish. We should all live in poverty and be happy. Sure, making money is definitely Jewish. So, yeah, okay. Because she's made that statement, right? We should all just stop, right? This is what you're saying, because we should all just live in poverty and be happy. Sounds like a little bit of communism speak too, doesn't it? Because communists are relatively poor because everyone's sharing things with one another, right? Making money is a societal thing. But anyway, by all means, if you don't believe me about the sports betting thing, Morgan Ariel was also promoting it along with Jake Shields, along with Sam Parker, along with Pearl Davis, along with the usual crazy dingbat types. They're getting paid lots of money to do it. And lots of the affiliate accounts are from countries like Serbia and Pakistan. How about that, right? Oh, yes. The major break. I'll end with this. Got 1.1 million views. This is 2:37 a.m. Seems like she doesn't sleep, right? She put out a post 11 something at night the day before, on the 26th of November, and then
Doesn't sleep very much.
1.1 million views. Major break. Someone directly involved in the booking process has confirmed to me, here we go, that our Egyptians who flew into Provo ahead of Charlie Kirk's assassination were staying at the La Quinta Inn and Suites in Orem, Utah, specifically the University Parkway location. Remember, our Egyptians flew in on September 4th and stayed through September 13th. We are now looking for footage of these individuals. If you own a store nearby and can check cameras, or perhaps you work at the La Quinta and you remember something odd, someone, spelling mistake, someone in Utah, please email moretips@CandiceOwens.com. There you have it, guys. Go for it. Go send her tips. I now send you forth to go and find me evidence.
No longer.
I've made the provocative claim. Now I want you guys to prove it for me. This woman needs significant help. Probably needs a lot of sleep, and then that may actually help her, like, stop the insanity. Anyway.
Yeah. If she gets some sleep, she gets off the conspiracy trail, finds something else to fight for. Not that Charlie isn't worth fighting for. It's the fact that they already have a person that the FBI is pretty confident in being the killer. We have many different angles, many different views of the rooftop, and many different views of the shot, all coming from the front of Charlie and on his left side. We have the views. We know the direct angle from which he was shot at. And she goes around trying to blame the Jews and France and all kinds of people. And it's just like, stop. You make yourself even more crazy. Just like, get away from the internet. Just stop posting on X. Stop posting on YouTube for a while. Like, take a break. You need psychological help. And your lack of sleep and having to take care of babies is very, very it's just, she's one of many people that have lost it, truly lost it.
Anyway, that's enough from me. You guys take care, be blessed, and I'll see you all in the next video.
It's time for Lefties Losing It. And we're going to start in the gutter tonight, folks. We're going to hear from the most reprehensible trolls on the internet, the profoundly Jim Karen, who's there also. What you're about to hear is the unhinged musings of irredeemably awful people, and I don't say that lightly. Listen and take note of just how low and ugly their comments are from reality.
They can't have the successor to MAGA be the guy with the brown Hindu wife. They're also Christian nationalists. That ain't gonna work. That's why he's throwing his wife under the bus. Poor Usha. Or she's in on it, right? And she's
playing slap and tickle with Erica Kirk's the weirdest shit I've ever seen. Yeah, she's like in her Tammy Faye.
Oh, I don't like this woman.
Holding on the back
Wow,
of his
she's
head, rubbing on his
they're
head.
horrible.
Weird shit. Baby. Don't do that to Jason. I'm gonna start thinking something's going on. Why you holding the back of his head? I'm like, you not doing that right thing. You're supposed to be a widow. You in leather pants?
Yeah.
That's not widow wear.
Could you imagine if...
Wouldn't it be the most perfect fairy tale, MAGA fairy tale?
Yeah.
If he finally sees the light that he needs a white queen?
Hindu. I told you they're vile, racist and vile. That's what happens when you exist in a toxic echo chamber and have never mixed with someone who is MAGA or Republican. As for the slander of Erica Kirk, I'm sorry, but where does it say that a widow is obliged to be ugly and dowdy? We're now trying to shame a grieving widow for being too pretty? Is that what's happening here? And let's talk about that supposedly inappropriate hug between Erica Kirk and JD Vance. Let me play you the whole thing in full. It only lasts a few seconds. You tell me if this is scandalous. Beginning to cry as JD Vance approached her, he told her Charlie would be so proud of you. JD Vance. Talk about that supposedly inappropriate hug between Erica Kirk and JD Vance. Let me play you the whole thing in full. It only lasts a few seconds. You tell me if this is scandalous. That was it. That was the hug. And Erica Kirk has since explained she was beginning to cry as JD Vance approached.
Thank you, for the follow.
The issues we do, and they're already going full MAGA on immigration, as a common scam in Tokyo is when non-natives aggressively approach tourists, trying to pressure them to their bar, surprising them with an insanely high bill. But more recently, live streamers are randomly getting attacked for just incidentally recording them.
Damn. Stop that bush. What? I said stop that bush. What bush? The bush. Stop it.
Abigail says.
What are you doing? Okay. What's your problem? Chill. Cough, bro. I will break down your phone now. Take that phone away from me. Cough, bro.
Is apparently all they need to justify an attack.
Yeah.
And that wasn't even the worst encounter, as this guy was even boasting about Japan's safety before randomly getting smacked.
Because in America, we don't have anything like this, like a red light district. Of course, if it was in America with all the people that have guns and the crazy, super violent people, I'm sure people would be getting shots. People would be stealing from each other. It would be just absolute chaos. Not that it's too dangerous, really, for any civilized person to enjoy. But it's crazy because you come to Japan and...
And in perfect Japanese, he explains how he was immediately surrounded by them, and even though this was dangerous, he still considers the country to be mostly peaceful. It's sad to see a place like Japan, notorious for being a pristine example on how a large city can still be safe, somehow gets plagued with the same crime in other countries because of the
You're inviting the third world in.
Now, the
What
Japanese have
happens,
been
unfortunately, you invite the
President
third
Trump
world in
his
and
nationalist
they try to
policies
take
have been
over
gaining
and
support,
basically
where
make the
Toyota's
area
chairman was even
into where they
seen
came
decked
from.
out in Trump JD clothing, and even their new prime minister shows open support
Yeah.
of President Trump. Now, don't be mistaken by her position on
Yeah,
top
their new
of
prime
their
minister is
liberal
awesome in
Democratic
Japan.
Party, as in Japan, that's their conservative and nationalist party, which is looking
You
into
just
the
can't
effects
invite.
of immigration,
Sorry,
digging
you
into
gotta
the
stop
arrest
the
stats of
immigration.
Japanese versus
They're too-
foreigners, finding that visitors get
they're-
arrested 72 times
They're too
more.
embedded in their own
I'm
ways
not a
and they
bad
will
Asian
not
and
assimilate.
can't completely rely
Ever.
on their translation, but it's undeniable that Japan is clamping down on immigration just like Trump is in America. As their new
Yeah, they
minister in
need to.
charge of foreign nationals is a Japanese woman from America, and she immediately wants to enforce stricter immigration control. Japan
Yeah.
is only seeing a small
It's
percentage
needed.
of newcomers
Because
compared to
Japan has
America
become
or even Europe, and they're already
little
looking to
rotten
close
with
their borders.
these
As
evil-
the sad thing about safety is
Of
it
course.
doesn't take that many people to completely obliterate it, where their government is just catching up to what Japanese businesses have been doing for years now. And I've seen plenty of complaints about these practices, but I'll never understand the demand of making a place that hates you required to take your money. As back in LA, I lived next to a taco shop that loudly advertised cheap prices in their windows, but whenever I went alone or with other Asians, the totals came up to being nearly double of what they should be. But when I went with anybody Hispanic or even Filipino, the checks were cut in half. Later finding out it was just an open secret, this place charged people that looked like me double. But despite their food being delicious, I stopped going there, as why would I support a racist business? Now did I cease going to all Mexican food restaurants? Of course not, as why do it to me doesn't mean we should do it back. But for some reason, we've entered an era online where people demand they keep their so-called enemies afloat. as Japan's new immigration rules angers who is excluded.
Japan has been notorious for keeping out foreigners, and Japan is facing a massive crisis. It's facing a massive crisis of lack of population growth. They are realizing that they have to open the doors for Africans, but they don't want the Africans to be mixing with the Japanese people. How can we just continue to just be treated in this way? What do you guys think? Just let me know in the comments. What do you think?
I don't know about you, but if I found out an entire country openly stated, Americans or less than, so here's some rules to prevent them from entering, I wouldn't rush to social media to cry, why won't they let me fix their country? As if they're judging me from the outside, it's only gonna get worse once I'm there, as the fact that someone would have this sense of entitlement to entering makes me believe this isn't going to be a net positive. So if Japan fails, at least it fails as Japan. It's just insane to think we covered this just over a year ago, and it only took the Japanese to see this mildly annoy their public transit for them to go full MAGA or MAGA.
Doesn't like butter. You suck. That there. I'm joining in on that.
We're both too old.
You're both. So, what? I was good. I was good. It's good.
Welcome to Pro Chef Reacts. Future Canoe just took instant noodles and turned them into iconic pasta dishes. Spaghetti and meatballs.
Did you really?
As a pro,
great recipe has the ability
Fail?
to transcend time.
Wait,
and
is this
space. No, not space,
Future
just
Canoe?
time. And techniques involved should be able to establish a great foundation for variations and derivatives. Today, we're learning together some of the most iconic Italian pasta dishes and testing to see if it works in the context of Korean buldak ramen, aka fire noodles. I think my annoying roommate's on a first date right now. He's about to come back with his girl, and I can't wait for them to smell the clam reduction.
Tim Pool and his guest Hotep Jesus, who I had no idea anything about him until I saw him on Tim Pool ripping
Like
into
those.
Kenny Owens and using reason, logic, and rationale, which is something that most people choose not to do nowadays. I was like, well, I need to do some research into this guy. Turns out he's been on Joe Rogan, and turns out that he's actually quite intelligent. So I'm like, great. If anyone is criticizing Kenny Owens, it's because they've actually got a brain on them. They're just using what God gave them, their brain, to think about all the stuff that Kenny Owens has been saying and realizing, well, none of it adds up, none of it makes sense. And if we use her very own logic, it's quite interesting. Who
Yeah, she's the one that
been
helped
one
Charlie.
that has benefited the most
If we use her
from
own
the Charlie Kirk
logic.
assassination? It's been
She's the one that did
obviously
it.
Kenny Owens. Now, I want to show you a couple of clips. There's
She's the
several
one that
of
hired the
them
hit.
from Jay, you need to check this out. It's like over 45 minutes of them going through pretty much the whole Kenny Owens accusation or allegations that supposedly or allegedly, because we've got to say that nowadays, right? Allegedly, France
Whatever.
and Israel have teamed up and they're paid for, Emmanuel Macron paid for $1.5 million, a very specific number, ladies and gentlemen. And there is a French woman and a May holiday, as it would seem. They're both taking Thanksgiving off, ladies and gentlemen, because Kenny Owens' show is not airing this week. She's supposed to be in hiding. But nevertheless, the assassins have taken time off to have Thanksgiving abroad, as it would seem. But no, Candy has made this crazy claim that her life is in jeopardy and under threat from the French government and the Israeli government, and also Charlie Kirk's assassin was part of the 13th French Legionary Brigade, that whole thing. So guess who's the one that has benefited the most from Charlie Kirk assassination? It's been Candace. So by Candace's very own logic, why don't we look into her? Why don't we have... She's looking into or reading into what happened to Charlie Kirk and accusing all these other people, but why can't we criticize, or why can't we look into her? Why can't we start asking questions about her? Oh no, don't ask the arbiter of truth, guys. Don't ask her. Forget about asking Candy Owens, because she's in the right about everything, even though all of the stuff she's been saying is totally outlandish and totally crazy. Anyway, have a watch of Tim Pool and Hotep Jesus talking about Candy's logic. Have a watch.
Nobody, I brought this up last night. How come nobody is asking whether or not she's involved?
She's a suspect.
But hold on, like honest question. I don't know about suspect in Charlie's murder, but isn't it strange that she's not being censored by YouTube, despite as critical of Israel as she is, or Spotify or Apple, and that her own lawyers work out of the same building as the feds?
Yeah.
How come no one's talking about that? And that's an honest question. I'm not trying to make you assume anything. I'm saying for somebody who claims that you can't criticize Israel, she also brags she has the #1 podcast worldwide. She's propped up on YouTube with millions of views and the other podcast platforms with no takedown. Nick Fuentes is banned across the board. And then she accidentally points out that her own lawyers are registered at the same address as the feds. She had a response to this, that it was just a registered agent?
Well, no, that's what the internet sleuths. The internet sleuths said that, they pulled the address from the Macron case, and apparently that her attorney's office has a registered agent at that address, which happens to be the same address as the feds, right? FBI and other high-level intelligence agencies, et cetera, right? But we got to zoom out and use Candace's logic. If you're using Candace's logic, who's benefited the most from Charlie Kirk's assassination? It's been Candace.
Her show's #1.
Her show's #1. TPUSA is in just utter dismay at this moment. So TPUSA has to be taken off the table as a suspect, and we have to look at Candace, because all she's done was, and this is messed up too, because if you were like really friends, like you toured the country with this guy, if you were really friends, and you're using his assassination for your own benefit and monetizing it, like we just lost a great guy, Daniel Naroditsky in the chess world, right? And most of the chess guys, when they covered Daniel, they took the monetization, either turned it off on a video or donated it to Daniel's fund.
Respect.
Right? That's out of respect. She's not doing that. She's not taking the money.
How is she monetized?
Plugging herself in.
Sponsors or YouTube? I don't know.
No, but she's got YouTube ads and like mainstream normal sponsors.
Right.
I gotta say, dude, I remember
to share that.
You shouldn't got to do anything. I'm not going to make that argument. I'm just wondering why it is that Nick Fuentes got deleted from Spotify and she's propped up and YouTube blasts her out to everybody.
It's very suspicious.
All great points from Tim and from Hotep.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've had my disagreements with Tim Pool. In fact, I made a video the other day with Tim Pool trying to make the point like there's this fake moral outrage from the right over the whole Nick Fuentes platforming, because supposedly we don't get
Issue with platform.
because
An issue with not following up with
platform, serial killers,
after
all
he
that sort of other stuff.
answers
Because we know
stupidly.
that everyone knows that being a serial killer is wrong. It's a little bit of a stretch, right? We know that it's morally wrong. So therefore, we do call it out, and therefore we go, well, yes, most people, if you've got a brain on you, can see that that's wrong. And we want to get into the brain of a serial killer. Why did that person do it? It doesn't mean that we're going to go out there and we're going to become serial killers. However, when it comes to Nick Fuentes, there are people that are very vulnerable. And I'm not saying that it can't also happen. So you've got to be careful. But then again, you're not really responsible, are you, for what a person says or how a person's mental state is. If that's the case, then we just shouldn't show anything on TV. It's just
after this video,
like,
I'm
it's
pretty
ridiculous to think that what we show is going to really change the landscape all the time. Right? I think we just need to have better mental health overall. Like, we just need to have brains about us. But like I said, we have these very vulnerable minds that do end up believing what Nick is saying. And that is dangerous, because then they try and force us to go from what conservatism actually is and have morals and standings and all that sort of other stuff to then going to the alt-right, which is where Nick is, in this new version of conservatism. So yes, there is this, it's not fake, it's very real. That's what I was disagreeing with Tim about. And him having a go at Joel Berry, who's fought for America. It's disgusting to have someone like Nick. You may disagree with all the stuff that he says. You can say that it's horrible, it's hateful, but why platform him? I understand, believe it or not, I understand more about platforming a serial killer and asking them questions, trying to get into their brain, more than I do platforming someone like Nick, because we know exactly where he stands. He's never been shy about what he's been saying. Someone that has killed multiple people, you don't necessarily know why they did it. Why they did it was horrible, but why did they do it?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I want to actually know. I'm curious.
Yeah.
And for someone like myself, I would never go out there and commit the same atrocities, because it also stands as a warning. Don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Or otherwise, you'll end up like this crazy person that is in a prison cell. You got caught. Whereas Nick, on the other hand, you'll end up like him, being a hateful, bigoted racist. And yes, I'm using those terms correctly, because he hates women. He is a Hitler lover, a Holocaust denier, a Stalin apologist as well. The list goes on. So why in the world do you want that in conservatism and prop him up and say like he's good? We're not propping people on the left instead of serial killer. We're not propping them up and saying it's good. We know it's bad.
We do.
Whereas Nick, everyone's going, oh, he's good. There's a big difference there.
Hitler.
Anyway, have a watch of this clip.
Someone
This
has
is in response to why nobody in Turning Point
Hitler.
has had the balls to call out Kenny Owens. Have a watch.
I have met a lot of people. I've been talking to
been put in
some. You know,
charge.
I'm done being diplomatic. I've been saying that for a while. I've been talking to a handful of people in and around Turning Point, and particularly about things Candace has been saying, and nobody has the balls to speak out and do anything.
Mm.
You know, when Megyn Kelly was on stage with Ben Shapiro and he said that Candace claimed that Erica murdered Charlie Kirk, Megyn Kelly immediately said, well, I don't watch Candace. I have no idea that she said something like that. And the important thing you got to consider, I criticize Candace Owens. I also think she's very good and very smart on a lot of things too. I'm trying to call it like I see it, but on this, I think this is absolutely this is BS, and I think she knows it's BS. I believe Megyn Kelly said what she said because she's afraid of offending Candace Owens' audience and Candace herself, because Candace is powerful with 7 million followers on one platform, 10 on another, getting millions of views per episode. I have no such fears or concerns, and I've talked to a lot of people in and around Turning Point that will tell you explicitly they are reeling from what she is doing. She is causing strife inside and outside of and around Turning Point, but they're all too cowardly to say anything because her audience is big and they fear they'll make it worse. And I'm like, yeah, you probably would. But I'll tell you this, sitting back and letting her do 2 months of shows where she's now insinuating they're trying to assassinate her and the French killed Charlie, and just saying these things, which are just the craziest things imaginable. Yeah, look, is this really where the right wants to go? Because I got to be honest with you, I'm not interested in being part of a movement that won't speak out against this stuff. And I'm going to say this too, okay? Tucker can interview whoever he wants. I will defend. We had this big debate on last Friday, and all of these, I guess, like, I don't know what faction you call this. Who are these guys, the conservative side, that like hate Nick? You know what I mean?
That hate Nick?
Yeah, like the people who are saying
Christian conservatives.
No, it's like, you know,
Establishment, right?
I guess, you know, you got the Babylon Bee guys. I'm a fan of the Babylon Bee. I like those guys, but they're very much like, we will not tolerate these people on the right who are bad, but they'll also they'll very much tolerate progressives who've done things worse.
Yeah. Okay.
I defended Tucker Carlson's right to interview anybody. I think Tucker's great. I disagree with him on a lot of things. I think Nick is absolutely abhorrent on a lot of things, the Hitler stuff he said. But I also see there's reasons why young people are following him. I think Candace is right on a lot of things. But there are too many people that are just too scared to speak out and call it out. I'm hearing behind the scenes people saying, well, we can't have infighting right now. It's getting worse. It's getting bad. And I'm like, dude, if you guys want to sit back and just let this happen to the conservative movement, like, by all means. I'm not interested. You know what I mean? I'll go live in a van down by the river. I'll make videos and do commentary on the things that I think are true. But Megyn Kelly then came out and she was like, I reviewed after what Ben said, and that was not true. And it's like, listen, any reasonable person can see what Candace is saying and see the implication that either Erica is completely... The idea that she doesn't know she's saying this is silly. And again, I'm going to say this. I doubt she'll respond to this. She doesn't need to. She's got a bigger show, right? But starting off a post about how you've confirmed at the White House receipt that they're trying to murder you and our show will be off the air absolutely is an intent to imply I'm going into hiding, even though it's actually just Thanksgiving.
Correct.
Tim Pool thinks it's BS. This whole Kenny Owens scheme. He can see it. He knows it's BS. Hotep knows it's BS. There's been quite a few people that know that it's
A lot of people.
complete and utter BS. In fact, I know that it's BS. And I think it's quite interesting in the last video they were making, who has...
So I pray that nothing happens to her and she lives a long, healthy life. Yeah, I have a very hard time with losing my thought. Yeah, we'll come back later.
stood to
We're gonna
profit
call it up.
the most from Charlie's death? Candace. Simple. She's not donating any of the funds. She's keeping all the money that she's made. Millions of dollars, more than likely. And you know why that is? Because she's facing a very dangerous lawsuit at the moment. A very dangerous one. She recently, the third time, filed to dismiss the lawsuit. No one's talking about that.
Yeah.
So people are actually afraid in Turning Point because they know the firestorm that Candace Owens is causing.
Yeah,
So if
Charlie
you
could've kept
really
that
did care
control.
about Charlie,
He did.
and you really were
Control.
friends with him, why throw his name through the mud like you are? See, Charlie's real friends, like Frank Turek, for example, they've been going around and doing talks and speaking quite highly of Charlie and criticizing Candace because she's doing harm. They're receiving death threats, man. And now Candace wants to play the victim of the whole thing. But unless Turning Point grows a spine and says enough is enough, Candace, stop.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to continue and make it even worse. And like I said in the attempt to fake an assassination attempt, she is that crazy. And I hope that she doesn't try it. I really do hope.
Mm-hmm.
Many times over. And if Tim can see it, and he's sick and tired of it, like, I may not agree with Tim on a lot of stuff, but this one in particular, I think he's hit the nail on the head because he's very much in line with what I've been saying. I'm not scared. I've been making video after video, one, sometimes two, sometimes three a day, about this mad woman. Because the more you make and the more people start calling her out, the better it will be. Because more people will start realizing and catching on that she's full of it. And I hope that actually happens. Sick of grifters. Anyway, that was one of them. So here's the final one. Goes for about 4 minutes and we'll end on this. So all this assumptive reasoning is followed by plausible deniability. So she can just wipe her hands clean and go, did nothing. I didn't say that. Not at all. Have a watch.
The big story. We'll start with a post from Candace Owens with 17,000 retweets saying our show will be off the air this week. As an update, both the White House and our counterterrorism agencies have confirmed receipt of what I reported publicly. Emmanuel Macron attempted to organize my assassination, per a source close to the first couple. Also, I will again state that the French legionnaires were involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination, but they did not act alone. For all of you who doubted my claims, you can now look to the President of the United States and our intelligence communities to issue a statement to confirm whether I am telling the truth. I'm just going to start right off the bat and say it. And you know, I recognize there is a challenge in covering a story like this and trying to break these things down and be honest, because there are faithful individuals to her and her audience who trust her. And if you approach someone outside of your group as an enemy or at least as an other, they will immediately ignore you. So the first thing I will say is you learn this working for nonprofits, any kind of sales. Rapport is the first and most important thing you have to do to convince someone. However, I will say this to you, my friends. I am not here to try and trick you into believing something. I am going to say it as is. And if people don't want to hear that, that's just too bad. You don't got to listen to me. The first thing I'm going to point out that starting the post off with our show will be off the air this week, followed up by the White House has confirmed receipt of what I reported, the assassination attempt. We call this in social engineering, assumptive reasoning, manipulation 101. It is when you combine, and you guys have heard me talk about this all the time. It's when you combine two unrelated statements to make it seem like they are related. The news does this, the corporate press does this all the time. So you get the point. Starting off, I have contacted the White House. They have confirmed receipt of the assassination plot against me with our shows off the air. What I have already heard from people, they believe she's taking her show off the air this week because she fears she's going to be assassinated. She's lying low. That was the assumption she was trying to create with the post. Now, this also creates plausible deniability where she will then say, I never said that. But I'm going to tell you this right now. As, 15 years ago, I'm hanging out at Hackerspaces. The school of hacking that I was very much involved in is called social engineering, which is basically human hack, not computer code, computer manipulation. It is manipulation of people. For example, what you do is you call an office, and don't do this, by the way, but this is one of the things they do. You call an office and say, hey, this is Jim down in IT. We're doing some repairs. Is this Janice? And she'll be like, yes. I'm like, I need you to do me a favor because we're trying to fix the network. Is there a black box next to your computer? It is. You see the wire? Is there a yellow wire coming out? Okay. Can you read the numbers off the back of that? And they go, sure. What does that matter? And then they've just given you access to the entire network. They've given you the passwords, all of these things. This is what Candace is doing. It's intended to create assumptive reasoning followed by plausible deniability. There's no reason to make this post, followed by I can confirm receipt of what I reported publicly. For many people who don't understand, it sounds like the White House is confirming in some capacity that what she's saying is true. What she's actually saying is that she got a read on a text message. She texted someone, hey, they're trying to kill me, and it said read, and she goes, I got confirmed receipt from the White House. It's all manipulative language. Saying the French legionnaires are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination, I'm going to go ahead and say this. I have no problem saying it. I absolutely might be wrong. Candace may be right about everything. I think she's very intelligent. A handsome sum of money that what she's saying is just completely false.
When Tim Pool gets it right, he gets it right. He knows that it's assumptive reasoning, right? It's a psychological tactic. And I've spoken about it a number of times too. I can see through Candace quite easily. And it's like, I don't know if you guys remember, but not that long ago, I've made several videos now of it doesn't take much at all. You listen to it for more than 10 seconds, or even you piece together things that she said in the past and it doesn't corroborate. Doesn't make any sense. It's all over the place. There's no evidence at all. And when there is no consistency, the only consistent thing she's been good at is lying. It creates that plausible deniability aspect of I'll accuse you and people will have their assumption and then she'll go, I didn't say that, even though she did, and she'll allude to it. It's the whole Erica Kirk thing. When Ben Shapiro pointed out to Megyn Kelly that Candace has been accusing Erica Kirk. And then Megyn Kelly goes, oh, but you didn't say that. Which immediately I was going, Megyn Kelly, you're dumb. Because if you can't see it and you are supposed to be a smart lawyer, what's going on? You didn't understand the assumptive reasoning. her alluding to something. I didn't get that. But yet somehow Tim Pool can. Makes you think, doesn't it? Even more. Why? So I'm glad that Tim Pool got this one right. I'm glad that he did. Glad that Hotep got it right too. And I'm sure that many of you watching also get it right. And if you're a fan of Candace, ask yourself why. Anyway, that's enough from me, but you guys take care, be blessed, and I'll see you all in the next video.
On it.
Before the Bible.
All right. Thank you, everybody that showed up. I appreciate all the views and follows tonight. And if you want to, you could drop a Twitch Prime subscription on my X account, or subscribe on YouTube and like, and also follow on Rumble and Kick if you would like to. Emotes are only on Twitch and Rumble right now. Kick doesn't allow emotes, and I haven't figured out how to upload them on YouTube yet. But yeah, we're starting to look like a stream here, guys. All right, God bless and have a good night.